Where is my chat? Oh, well, I guess that's not going to go in there. Okay. Anybody's probably not in here yet. I know hopefully people will be in a minute. The purpose of this stream is to get people caught up on the Megan Walsh story. Most of the stream will be unattended. There's Lady Justice. I need you, yeah, or that could be me typing that, yeah. Okay, I'm going to type a few things in here. We're going to drop a couple links. We're going to drop the link to the petition for Megan Walsh. We're going to drop the link to the fundraiser. Mine and Lady Justice links are up there, and probably in the description. I'm very exhausted. Hey, Melissa. Hey, Shirley. Hey, Don. So what I'm going to do is I've made a playlist. Some of you've probably already seen this. If you've seen it, that's fine. It has mine and Lady Justice's videos of Megan on there. And I'm going to run that. And it's going to be an unattended stream. Unattended. So for people that don't know the story, or if anybody asks you what's going on, either refer them to the whole playlist, or I want to have this one running while I rest. I'm very tired. Tomorrow is her court date. So I appreciate you guys being here. If you've seen this stuff before, that's fine. If not, try to watch it. If you know somebody that doesn't know what's going on, hopefully we can catch. This is like a last-ditch attempt to get people's attention until later. I don't know if there'll be any more streams tonight. There were some people that me and Megan talked to, some good ladies. I was hoping that we'd get to do one with her before court, but if not, well, there's two ladies. We'll get one done soon. Maybe later tonight we'll do one. But right now, this will be an unattended stream, so I won't get upset if you guys come in or out. I'm going to start it. Lady Justice may come in. If she does, though, I don't know if she'll be able to talk over the stream. But when she comes in, I'll let her in. But I'm going to rest. Thank you, guys. And so I'm going to run the stream now. Let's make sure we got it going before I leave here. And we'll check it out. If you've seen part of this before, I understand. But we're trying to get all the attention we can. Hopefully, later on tonight, we can do a stream with those two wonderful ladies I met. But if not, we will do one with them.
Justice Liberty Press.
And let's
Lady Justice.
Nice to see you.
the volume, of course.
Nice to see you as well.
Yeah.
Story of my life.
Yeah, I know.
You drove a while though, didn't you? Didn't you drive?
About hours a minute. She drove.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some traffic.
Yeah.
Y'all want to sit something else together? Y'all want to move over here something else together?
Good vote. Okay, guys. We are here. Struck by lightning. Teresa P. Great to see you.
Yeah,
Melissa.
this morning.
What up, guys?
No, I made her some breakfast.
Turn you around.
So y'all can hear this. Like I said, a lot of this is just live footage and stuff, but it's not live now. Now, I'm fixing to mute.
Megan Walsh. She is in court. Hey, Mrs. B. Ms. B.
When I'm mute, okay, I'm muting the whole thing right now.
Yes, we're
But
live.
I'm trying to figure out when I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna play this and mute myself, and then y'all should be able to listen to this while I rest.
Just try to get eyes and ears on this story. That's all we're. Yeah. Hey, Tinny. I'm glad that y'all are in here. We'll see.
I think she has a
Hey, Yin Yang.
court appointed.
It's great seeing you guys. Hey,
And I think he's going on to Zoom.
it's fabulous. Y'all are in here.
hope.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Kay
I
Stevenson.
put all over, in that one to meet us here, just be here.
It's Friday.
It's Friday, it's Friday, that's last week.
It shouldn't even be taking that long. What is it?
Well, sometimes they wait in there for a while for everyone.
And there she is, and with all these bullies.
Yes, and nobody in her corner. I mean, she knows people are out here, but
It would feel better
yeah,
if she knew her sitting there in the courtroom.
absolutely.
Yes, last week.
Yes, yes, he sees all. So right here. Yeah, I
Hey, Blue Steel.
really positive about that part of this, that God has put a lot of this together. I know it.
Yes.
She suffered a lot, but
Thank you all
he's
for
not
being in
gonna
here
suffer.
today to support Megan Walsh.
Others started that, but I believe he's holding her strong. And I know just having a baby, that's terrible. To be going through all this, you know. But she's a strong woman. She's a very strong lady.
She's amazing.
She is. And you guys are too, you know, that she has friends that always show up. You know, and you have been such different stories, you know.
I guess, I don't know how
helps.
that's my thing, but
Yeah.
I gave it to her, she, to Megan, it's a lawyer. That said they have a lawyer. You see that too? Yeah. I just wanted to make sure somebody seen it.
I gave it to her.
You gave it to her, right? Yeah.
And her friend.
I also
Okay.
sent her over some information that some people are. Is it
I've been seeing
the lawyer
traction online.
Camille Vasquez?
I haven't heard that name.
Yeah, I sent her. This is an attorney that say they can help her out of I think.
Thanks, Sam Star. It's fabulous seeing you in here, sweetie. Hey, Banana Anna.
She's live.
Oh, okay.
Joyce McDermott.
Yeah, there's a lot of people in our community that are very, there's a lot of people in our community that's really concerned about this. They can
Yeah.
share videos.
If this can happen to her, it can happen to any of us.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's how I'm keeping up
Yeah.
with what's going
They
on.
do, they tag it really easy, and then I learned how to tag them, I can tag theirs, and, we're trying to share it.
I shut my phone off because
Yeah, they usually.
it doesn't matter, it always.
They do in
messes
there.
up and they get
But
mad.
like with
Thank
mine,
you,
They went
Banana
down like
Anna.
30% like that.
Oh,
And I wasn't even using it.
wow.
Yeah.
I had to not disturb them, and I still had a phone call through.
I've got my do not disturb on too.
Why doesn't let phone calls through still?
Oh, that's weird. It's really weird.
Let me look in the settings and see if there's something good. I know one thing I can do, I can put the volume down, at least until we need it, you know what I'm saying? Now let's check it.
Do you carry like accessories and
To
stuff?
see if they got my
Yeah,
records,
so-
but I haven't.
Pans and all like that?
Yeah,
Oh, cool.
they call me. And, you got your payment.
You know what British furniture is?
You know.
From the record, for the record.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
We got American Amy.
That's why.
Okay, cool, cool.
I said, American.
I'm hoping when I open the wellness center,
I'm working on it, yes.
that, I don't know the legal, or somebody else working on that, but that people will be
Is it
able.
business days or?
That's how they detox you in Cali.
You know, exactly,
They detox you in cannabis.
Yeah, this is about Megan Walsh. It's about CP DHS here in Florida. Nation, actually. If something like this could happen to Megan, something like this could happen to any of us, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah.
Cards. Me and John were trying to set something up like that here, we could open up the recovery center.
Just to bring you all up to speed, Megan had a baby approximately a week ago.
Even before they legalized it, you know.
They took from her. The baby is currently in a foster home currently. Her other 3 children, her parents have. Yeah, that's what I said, her other 3. She has a total of 4 kids. Her parents don't want her baby, newborn, but they don't want her to have a newborn either. This is a tough situation for everybody involved. Example of human services. Right, Blue Still? Hey, Joe Cool. Fabulous seeing you here. Holla, holla, holla. Thanks for jumping aboard, Joe Cool.
Hopefully launch the books are done, but there's so much, you know, but no.
Yeah, poor baby. They pulled that baby from a nursing mother. That child has rights to be receiving milk from her mother, if you ask me, but
Cool, yes, me too. Right? Why be angry at anyone? They're just being what they're asleep. That's it, they don't know. But wow, when you start to know. Yeah. Oh, is that what it says? Yeah.
it's really fabulous seeing each and every one of y'all in here. Just me, Joe Cool, Yin Yang, M Star, Melissa, Stedman, Excalibur 1-2. Hey, I actually met this guy. It's fabulous seeing you in here.
And Craig and like
Banana Rana.
but I could not talk about people around us. Regardless of my housekeeper would come and I would be like, okay, this time I don't.
Thank you, M Star, for jumping aboard.
Room. Sure enough. And I was just expected. We talked about everyone and judged everyone. It's okay. It's okay. And you know what? When something really awful happened, baby,
This is the girl who got the kids kidnapped by the state, right? Yes. Well, her parents actually took her older kids. They're trying to adopt her older kids. They do not want her baby, her newborn. They do not want her to have her newborn either, for whatever reasons. There's never been anything that I can see that would warrant her children to be ripped out of her, from her.
Whatever they say about me, they can say. They can say whatever they want.
Thank you, M Star.
They don't know me. They don't
Sure appreciate that.
Yeah, because you want to
Exactly. And I was so, did it, yeah.
If you guys don't mind tickling that like button, I would so appreciate it. Tickle, press, hit, smack, rub that like button.
People are dying. They're dying. And we're busy with it.
Yeah.
Did you see what she was wearing? I'm like, oh, she's sleeping with this one. And I'm like, oh, they're not gonna get sober. They're not gonna get sober. No. I still never.
Yes, you are correct. John Walsh, America's Most Wanted. That's who we're dealing with right now. John Walsh is her father, America's Most Wanted, who started the for missing and exploited children, whose son was brutally murdered about 40 plus years ago, roughly. That John Walsh. And Megan is his daughter. And there's not been any reason why all this came about other than she started asking questions about her brother's brutal death and started putting pieces together. And then her parents started treating her like she was crazy and wanting to put a conservative ship on her and took her kids and don't want her to have her baby, but they don't want her. So that child's in foster care right now. There's a lot at stake here. Yeah, you'd think they'd never want to lose any of these children. Hey, thank you for the super chat, Banana Anna. Thank you. Very much appreciate that. But yeah, we're over here trying to show support, get the word out. Because if something like this can happen to Megan, something like this could happen to any of us, you know? And our children are our future. You destroy families, you destroy children, you destroy childhood, you're destroying our future. For sure, for sure. Thank y'all for being here.
With your source. And that's the momentum that's going to
Right now she is currently in the courtroom. Of course, they're not allowing us to go into the courtroom. Hey, John Smith.
I mean, it's like just not important.
Yes.
And you know what?
Just me, you are correct. Adam was in the store, I believe it was a Sears, and supposedly he was only left for 5 minutes, but when they went back through the cameras back then, he was actually left alone for 45 minutes. Anyway, I don't really remember the whole story about all that, but he was found in Vero Beach, Florida, off the turnpike, is my understanding. And the parents actually moved from Hollywood, Florida, to Vero Beach right after that, after they found the body of Adam. It wasn't long after that they moved over here. Now, everybody handles grief differently. That is true. There's no right or wrong way to grieve. But they end up moving to a city where they found their son brutally murdered. It's a little odd. A little odd. That's just my opinion. And that's exactly what it is an opinion. Yeah. Yeah, he was found, well, a child was found beheaded. I don't know if they ever found his head or not. I don't know. I don't remember all that details, but that's how they can actually determine who a person is by bones and everything in the human skull. That I do know. Anyway, it was a brutal murder. It really was. Anyway, Megan Walsh thought she would be, her parents would be happy, would be proud that she was looking further into that case and trying to dig up some answers and had questions. And when she started asking those questions, this is what has transpired. Hey, ATL. How are you? Hope everybody is well this fine, beautiful day. Hey everyone. Just getting on here, letting everybody see. I did not put makeup on today. How horrible. I'll turn you back around so you don't have to look at me. Maybe. Okay, there you go.
So it's almost.
Yeah, we should be hearing something soon from Megan. She is in the courtroom right now. They are not allowing anybody else in the courtroom with her. Of course, we've got the judge and attorneys. Her attorney stepped off of the case a couple days ago. So I don't even think she has an attorney in there with her. I don't know. So this is a hard one. It's really hard. I mean, can you imagine being accused of such... I don't even know that she's being accused of anything other than being crazy. And she's not. I mean, we've got videos out there where she's...
I don't agree with everything that everybody says. I know her heart. I have no problem testifying for her at court. I have been in her home. I have seen her with her children. I was with her business. Please. Oh my gosh. To see her with her children. See her with her children. I saw it from afar at church. I go to community church just for the big donation. When I had my son in the hospital. And I'm not taking it.
It is really weird.
It's fine, because then I'm in that I can make that money.
I think Ellie
And there's 3
and
grandchildren.
then
I'll
once
put
they
them in
watch
jail.
the video,
We don't do anything anyway.
I wish I
You
could
know what's
set
up?
up.
I don't like that. I don't like who he is, but I see that
One
he's
more, I wish
just
I'd have set up.
sick, he's struggling, and he doesn't know who he is.
I wish I'd thought straight to petition.
Isn't it free? Isn't it so, what a beautiful life.
Our people.
Hey guys, what's up? Hey
You're
Joe
good,
Cool.
he's out,
Hey Lord.
but,
What's up guys? Hey Jealousy.
has raised
Teresa.
my son-in-law has a barbershop in Sebastian.
Carl.
For a long time. And,
So good to see you guys.
Yeah.
like, his
Yes.
kids come first, they're like,
David.
his clothes,
Hey.
like, no problem.
Good to
If
see you
it's his
guys.
kids,
Yeah, this is a very important story, man. This is very sad.
Captain Hiram's, he's been there for a long time. He's a very cool dude.
Looking at this.
Tornado.
Wow.
Florida today.
Oh no.
We ran into some rain on the way up here.
Did you?
Yeah.
I don't know. I found out about this like in January, I think it was.
If he doesn't work, he doesn't get paid, right?
I'm trying my best to get everybody's attention. And there's a lot of other people too that are trying to get attention online. Not necessarily in our community, but there's a few people in our community that know about it. And yeah. And then I've got to share these videos and hashtag #MAGAWASH, all one word. You know, it helps.
All by saying I'm humble or, oh, that's not good.
Grief.
Unless you spell it wrong like Lady Justice did. Hey,
I
ATO.
put 2 W's in there for.
It's okay. Oh my
It's not on
goodness. Somebody
purpose.
was in a chat room last night and they said, if her dad's John Walsh, nobody can help her beat DCF better than him. I said, but you'll understand, he's kind of the one that set the shit in motion.
That's right. Her parents.
Yeah, unfortunately. And GA, Georgia Accountability, is working on a compilation of some of Megan's past interviews and stuff. Because right now she's not in no shape to be doing panels or interviews.
No.
She's just had a baby. Once it's been a week since she's had a baby. The baby's 8 days old, I think.
Something like that. Yeah.
Well, it's 7 plus 5. Because they took the baby last Friday. Was it last Friday?
Yeah, so she's 12 days old.
So about 12. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been running on very little to no sleep at times.
She's missing time. She will never get back with her infant, her newborn.
5 days old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is Mommy.
And
Well, hopefully we're going to get this baby back. And the other one, 3 too.
Oh, right.
So that's why we need you guys to share these.
it's Georgia Accountability
Patrol, yes. And he's putting out like a compilation of her past like interviews and yeah, right from the mother's breast. This is true. And thank you for dropping this link.
Yeah.
And he's gonna put that video together. He's gonna add whatever we get in there today to some of those clips. That way, when people say, "What's the story behind this?" we'll have it. There she comes. Hey, darling.
You've got a smile on your face.
I do. We're winning.
Oh, good.
Good
This is
news.
good news.
The judge just said I was too. I was ahead of everybody else.
Oh,
That's amazing. I'm so happy for you. We're all so happy.
They moved the trial back to July.
God is good. God is good.
God is good.
God is good.
God is good.
Have your friends.
God is so good.
I knew that smile was different.
yeah.
This is beautiful. We're getting progress.
I love you so much.
Her name is actually.
Hey, Dr. Sean Berry. It's fabulous seeing y'all in here.
And to see their depravity in there and just their hunger for the timelines and get this done and the money, and they're talking about the contracts. I mean, it is out in the open, you all.
Awesome.
It is out, and I have gotten it all on record.
Great.
What did I say today?
Yeah.
I know. God wins.
God wins. He always does. He always does. He always does. Thank you. Thank you all.
You're very
Yeah.
welcome. Yes.
They are hurrying to get this trial done, to get the kids back. I know they are. And I have faith, and I'm gonna stick with what I've always said, that, you know, they just need, all we've ever asked was for them to do what was right.
Right.
That's it. You know, we have an issue that we all should be talking about in this country, and there are so many better ways to do it, and I'll never stop saying that, you know, we know that. So, wow. All right. Well,
Love you, Megan.
I can't thank you guys enough. I mean, thank you. I'll see you later. I gotta come get a smoothie for my cachava and my minerals.
Yeah, he told me what it was. I didn't.
It's
I didn't
amazing,
take care of
and
it.
Lily makes the best, the blue smoothie with cachava.
Blue
The kids
smoothie-
love it, they get
blue
all their
smoothie
vitamins.
with cachava.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So I have to get.
Yeah, is she open yet?
I
Is
will,
she open
sweetie.
today? Or is she still in Miami?
No, I could open it.
Okay. We have to come on our way now. So, I love you. I'll message you later. Okay. Okay. I can't thank you enough. Oh, absolutely.
I love you.
Absolutely.
Whatever.
I love you.
me. I love you.
I'm so proud of you.
And I will stand up and speak to anyone
Thank
who
you.
needs to know what a wonderful mother you are.
Thank you.
I have seen you with your children. I was drawn to you from seeing you with your children in
Thank you.
church.
Yes, you were. Always
I
from
was
the beginning.
from head to toe.
From the beginning.
I had to get you.
Yeah.
I was like, oh
Yeah.
my gosh,
Yeah.
with your children. You're an amazing mother. Love you. An amazing human being. Yes. Yes, we do.
Love you. God bless you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Together, ladies.
Yeah, you look so beautiful. I love the glasses. Come on. We got this. My
No,
gals.
I ain't seen you smile forever. That's awesome, guys.
Fabulous.
Lord is good. We just want everyone to do what's right. This is not a fight.
No.
It's time. It's time. God forbid John Walsh would lie, you know? God forbid. Oh, praise God. Praise God. No one can do it but him. That's for sure. We are so blessed. My children are coming home. They're coming home.
That is awesome news.
Yeah, they have to do what's right. They kept trying to fight on timeline. This woman
Maybe there is
insane that is taking children. That's all I'm gonna say.
We're getting more attention online. The people that were down here, your friends that were down here the other day.
I just want the people to use their voice and realize their power. I mean, we have so much power with our voice and coming together. That's, you know, I hope people really
United
just
we will
want to look
stand.
into that and try it out.
You're right.
You know, try it out. And because we are not, you know, we are not indigent, we are not crazy. We are people that, you know right from wrong.
Side bed.
Do we have anything to tell?
Hey, cammed up caveman. Fabulous seeing you here. Thank you all for joining.
I'm gonna go to static.
You're going to go to static.
I have to. If anybody's watching my live and can hear me, go to LadyJusticeLibertyPress live, please.
Thank you so much.
I'm gonna have to turn my whole phone off. They'll go to static.
So what she's doing is she wants to ask if they have a statue of Lady Liberty, and to see if she's blinded or unblinded.
Lady Justice is blinded.
She should be.
Yes, Lady Justice is Lady Liberty's older sister
Oh, there you go.
by about 400 years.
That's her specialty. She carries
Well,
it behind her
you know
name.
what? Someone's coming down to talk to us, so you
Good.
can speak with them and ask them.
Oh, okay.
Because that's what I need to know, and you have it. See how we come together?
There you
That's why
go.
we need
So I
everybody.
was just curious what we've got going on here, especially when you walk out the Mason sign. So
Yes.
I was just wondering.
And a lot of people didn't notice that.
And
All
none
our
of the
videos.
officers, no one here knows the answer. So hopefully we're going to bring some awareness.
Great
There you go.
education.
Thank you.
Great. That's often
We
what we
will
do.
not stop until this is stopped. So.
You're gonna get it right.
Right.
Thank you, ma'am.
You doing good? Good. Good. It's nice to see you. Be able to talk a little more. Yeah. Thank you. God bless. Yeah. So we're gonna find out. And again, I'm very, I always give credit where it's due, and I'm happy to see the shift in energy in the case.
That's excellent.
Yeah, of course, DCF is still there with their timelines and things like that, which I have to, I speak out about all the time. These are real people's lives. These are futures of children and families, not just a timeline and contracts. And that for them is what it boils down to. They're very vigorous about it.
And we've noticed, I've noticed in the last few years that the reunification process, if it's even mentioned, is down to strictly a year. Used to they would get extensions and stuff. Those are pretty much unheard of.
And every case is different. There's so many nuances. We all have something. We all need to stop pretending like we don't all have something. No one is
Right.
perfect. We all have something. And, you know, to not be, you know, finding out the intricacies of each case is very, it defeats us. It's not how it should be, you know. And sorry, I lost the word I was looking for, but it's detrimental. It's very detrimental, and these cases need to be looked at. These are families. These are, you know, futures of people. Nobody in the courtroom sees that the families actually interacting or doing anything from a judge or an attorney standpoint. And that needs to be changed. And there's many things that do, but you know, it's just these are futures in lives. Right. They make decisions in a courtroom, and then it affects these children's lives for the rest of their life. So we just have to be cognizant. Hi, how are you?
How are you? We're in public, ma'am.
We have a simple question. That's all.
We're not focusing on you.
We were just wondering about your Lady Liberty. If she's blinded or unblinded, that's all. If you're okay.
It's actually Lady
Yeah,
Justice
that's what I was wondering.
was blinded.
If she's blinded or blinded here in the county. I did try, but I was in a hearing, so I was very focused on that. So I was just asking. Okay. Here in this county. That's all we wanted to know.
Thank you,
so
ladies.
much. Thank you. God bless. Thank you.
Have a
Bye-bye.
wonderful day.
Are you ready? Was it Fran? Oh, Fran.
Bye, guys.
God bless.
Y'all have a good day.
God bless everyone. Thank you for your service. It is.
It's Friday.
It's a good one, too. God bless. Bye-bye. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sir.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Well, I am so happy for you, Megan.
We just want everyone to do what's right. I mean,
Absolutely.
God forbid John Walsh would lie. God forbid. As I've said a million times, but there's people walking by that need to hear that. Hey, you got a smaller face? Yeah. Yeah. Do you mind walking down there for a second, just so we're not in front of everything? And yeah.
Good to how that worked out.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, look at that. Let's figure something out. I'm like, let's do that instead.
I am John Walsh's daughter.
Oh, I had people trying to tell me that you are not.
Yeah, well, I've also been told I'm not a female either, so, you know, it's fine. And my father tried to say that I was QAnon and Trump supporter and all this when I've never voted in my life, to be honest, because I don't agree.
I can't.
I think that John Walsh would be really proud. I was brought up by him, and he, you know, makes up these narratives, presents them to the people, and you know, fights for these injustices and all of this. And you would think, especially with child trafficking, you know, that he would have more of a fight and be a little more proud. It's very bizarre, the way that the turn of events and the way things have happened due to that. You would think that we would be fighting together. The National Center for Missing Exploited Children itself quotes 86% at least of child trafficking comes from the foster care system. That is John Walsh's words. That is his organization's statistics. So where are they fighting for these children? Where are they saving trafficked children? Where are they speaking out, reforming this system? Again, this is not a hidden thing anymore. We all know there are parents across this country. When I was an advocate, before my children even were taken or this was ever an issue, according to my parents, I was a wonderful mother until I started speaking out. And people should really pay attention to that too. You know?
Speaking out, you mean against DCF?
Yes, I've been an advocate for anti-family court and CPS corruption. I've been a national advocate for years now, and my entire town knows that. And a lot of my supporters and the people in this fight, have known that about me. Right. So, and I again when I get my children back, I will not stop. We are again not doing anything wrong. We want to truly protect our children. Let's get over it. You know, it's been very interesting to see humanity and see the responses, and we know we're going to get that. My father's John Walsh. I understand where people are coming from. This is a lot. I loved my father, and I forgive him. I love him, but his actions are his, and he needs to be held responsible for whatever he's done. I've never accused him of anything. I've asked questions about my father, about my brother, which John Walsh would also be proud of. You know, this case again has been controversial for 40 years. I'm sick of being the bad guy about this. It has been controversial for 40 years. Everyone knows that. My parents have gone to great lengths, including a Sears case and retaliation, everything, to keep their lifestyle private. I would never be I was asking them to get help. I was going to contact because of the abuse and to protect my children. And John Walsh couldn't handle that. He loves my children, I understand. He's also 76 and he needs help. I was here to help my parents, to be there so that they can know my children. You know, I'm, again, not perfect, but I know my intentions and I know the truth.
Right. And your dad, and I'm sure he does love your children, but I think the way to love them is to try to help people with a mother.
It is. My parents have had a lot of understandable trauma for decades that people have asked them to get help, especially my mother. And then my father's given this position and power and everything. So that really, from a mental health standpoint,
Can't be good.
Does not, it is very dangerous. It is very dangerous. And, you know, again, in this town, my father and the sheriff have basically a cult following. And it's very unfortunate, you know, it's very unfortunate. I just hope that people can learn through this. I hope that we can do better moving forward, and I hope that we can learn. You know, all I've asked is to have talks with Eric. Eric and I could sit down in 2 seconds and have a talk about this, and we could actually have it become a good thing. This could either be a horrific situation in the end, or it could be very profound. And that choice is in their hands.
Right.
So.
And they got people willing to help them figure this stuff out.
They do, and anyone should. I've said from the beginning, I'm more than happy to go through a trial that is a proper trial. You could look at anything. You can ask me anything. You know, everything was denied from the beginning, and we just want what's right. That's all. Right. That's all.
Well,
So,
that's right. Truth to come out to
yeah,
light.
and it's not rocket science that law enforcement, politicians, and half of America really do admire my dad, and they idolize him in many ways, especially law enforcement.
So,
Yeah, and God forbid, that's the same that he was black, you know. And I don't really have much else to say about that. It's pretty simple, it's straightforward.
And we want to thank you for talking with us, and we want to thank you for all the work you've done for others, and for continuing to fight for your children, which is automatic, of course. And we're happy to be here to support you, and anything we can do, we will do, and we will continue to spread the word.
Thank you.
This man's been spreading the word.
This is John, TGI Now podcast. This is John Carapi. And, you know, we aren't looking for thanks. We're doing what everyone should be doing. You know, we should. Yes. Yes. And you know what purpose and peace it brings when you actually try it out? It's pretty great. It's pretty great.
And this is LadyJusticeLibertyPress.
Yeah.
Things went well, you know, again.
Shining the light of liberty. Be right.
To address, you know, a lot of people are saying, oh, they're avoiding the allegations, they're not giving the information. This is an active, confidential case. It is now a federal case. Why would I be giving the details out? We have talked enough. They are claiming that I have mental health issues. They are claiming that I was abusing my children through that. They have no evidence. And the original hearing was based on hearsay. And that's all I'm going to say. We have all the evidence. We know the truth. And everyone on the inside, it does as well. And if people would rather victim shame or go look for the things that might blame these parents and everything, not just me, this isn't personal, about blaming the parents, so help them God. I hope that they go home, and I hope that they think about things. I hope I wouldn't wish this on my worst enemy. I hope that no one has to experience this like we are. But you know what, as a humanity, to see people go first to shaming someone going through it versus research, versus looking into it, you know, it is very heartbreaking, actually, out of all of it. My children are gone, but I know the truth about that. I know the fight about that. To see humanity, and I know many have now seen and are realizing through this, and I'm thankful to God. I give him all the glory and the praise and truth. You know, that's all we've been
We've had a
asking
lot of
for.
messages, Meg, and I forwarded you some of the people about returning. People have sent us some messages. I've never seen anything in my entire life. Absolutely just floored by it. It's a little hard to hear these messages or read them. It's very difficult. But we have to. And these are people that are going to be in the pipeline that are going to need help down the road and need help
These
now.
are all real families,
Yes,
real
real
children.
families,
These are
real
real
stories.
lives.
being stolen.
Yes.
If you want to say and if you sleep at night that, oh, she must have done something, then
Exactly what they
then
all
fine.
do.
Then that's you, and that's obviously something that you need to reconcile within yourself. So, you know what? I support every mother. I support every parent. I think we need to address loopholes within that, especially the father's rights movement as well, and dealing with abuse. But nonetheless, I support parents. I support healthy parenting. I am not opposed to therapy. I'm a trained therapist and life coach. I vowed to never be how I grew up, and I've done the work, and everyone knows that.
The opposite.
Yeah, and I'm proud of
something
that.
you didn't want to do.
Yeah.
You're breaking the karmic cycle in your family.
I am.
It ends
Right.
with you.
I am.
I
was
believe
breaking
that. Yeah, you
generational
are.
cords
You are.
in this blue book.
Absolutely. It all ends with you, and I know that. I see that.
Thank you.
And that's the thing. And your nose looks fantastic. You want to tell everybody about what you put on your nose and your dancing and
Yes,
your
because
hat?
I want everyone to know about
Yes,
it.
yes,
Actually,
it looks
you're
great.
welcome,
It
everybody.
looks really
Thank
good.
you.
I've seen it over the last 8 months. And
Yeah, it looks way better.
Thank
that
you.
stuff works fantastic.
It's amazing. And
What
what
is
I
it?
do
Yeah,
is
what is
I
it?
help people look at their physical issues and everything and how that relates to trauma and where it's held in your body and how we can heal this. Also naturally. I'm a mother. I'm a young mother. I'm not going to go get radiation on my head. I'm not going to have my whole forehead put on my face. I'm going to try something natural that does have studies. For everyone out there that wants to doubt it, does have studies, and actually the government owned the patent before we had access to it. And it is specifically for basal cell carcinoma.
Basal cell carcinoma.
And that is what I have on my face. I have basal cell carcinoma skin cancer. So anyone that wants to say I am, that I am, we have the patent number right here. The United States was actually ordered to research it for the people, and they refused. And then private doctors went and did the research, got the patent, and the U.S. government bought the patent and kept it. Now we have dispensaries.
All by design.
Yeah.
This is the patent number.
Yeah.
Sounds like it's all
But I want to
US
say, and you know what? It is what it is.
201-300-59018. US
You know, a lot of
patent.
people also, I saw comments saying there's more to the story. There's more.
Yeah, for
There's
skin. Okay,
absolutely
yeah.
more to this story.
Yes.
Ton more.
There absolutely is. Thank you. Thank you.
And that's the thing. You read the comments, but you realize that
nothing can touch you.
exactly. You
And
read
of
the comments.
cancer.
People are letting people know.
2011.
The truth, right?
Yeah.
They're showing them
Yeah.
and saying, "Hey, go down the rabbit hole. Here you go.
Yeah.
Take a look at what you
It's
think
there.
is what
No,
right,
I've
what's
seen
wrong."
one negative comment and 20
Yes.
positive ones.
Me too.
Actually knowing facts,
Yes.
actually having invested in our situation for the bigger picture. Brilliant, amazing, and thank you. You know, that's what more people should be doing. And I am so encouraged to see these examples being set through this horrific situation. Truly.
You're holding up great.
Thank you. If I was crazy, I think I would have I would not be here
Yeah,
a
very
year
well.
plus over with all of my children, my home, my car, my career, my future career. People can go look at my website, please, that I started for my beautiful family community learning farm that I wanted to give space for kids to come to after school. I
What was
wanted to
that
be part of the
called, Megan,
community,
please?
and I wanted to provide learning and natural living.
Real education.
Yes, music classes. We were doing story times for children. Animal care classes. It was beautiful. I was growing turmeric. Yeah, I left Hollywood. I left everything. I was a fashion designer. I was a musician with my own EP that I wrote and produced. I lived in India for 3 years of my life, left Manhattan and picked up and moved to India. I've been a religious scholar with degrees for over 20 years. I was trained under Gabrielle Bernstein, which is under Oprah. I am Kripalu. I am a trained meditation teacher, a healer. I don't think that I could keep on going. I was in school for functional nutrition when this happened.
And you know what you call that? That's practice for what you're going to do next.
It is.
Yeah.
It truly
Practice.
is. And I want
It's
full
all
healing
practice.
for
You
all
have-
of us.
exactly.
I do.
Yeah.
And there are many people like me out there, and I want people to know that. Through this, I have seen what good people have.
Practice.
Yeah.
And that's what it comes down to. Doing all that work to see what's coming next.
Yep.
The future
Yep.
is bright. The best is yet to come, and you will get your
best
children
is
back,
yet
and
to
everything
come.
will work out. And we know that, and that's why you just keep doing this.
Parents are being given a certain narrative, a certain way to raise their children, what's right and wrong and everything, instead of following our God-given gift of being parents and being given these children. And we really need to be offering and speaking these in better ways, natural living and how a family can move through issues and hardships. This is something that's, inevitable in life. We are going to have hardships. We're going to have disagreements. We're going to have misunderstandings. And I think as a humanity, if we can just hopefully move into a space of compassion, all calm down and ground our energy these days. We're all living so high up in our body that's why we're seeing our souls are not able to arrive here. This is a scary place these days. I think everyone can admit that. A lot of it living and residing higher up in the body, which is creating mental illness, anxiety, depression, all of these things. And these are ancient beliefs and knowledge. This is not, and it's not unchristian. The Lord put all of this in us. He is within us, and He is our healer.
We're going to heal ourselves. We're going to have to. We're going to have to do it.
He gave us all the power to do so in our bodies and in
It's there all the
ourselves.
time.
And I'm not against, I shouldn't say that, but I'm not against, anything. This isn't against. This is offering more information and an option. The rest is up to everyone else. We are all our own people under God.
Absolutely. I'm glad things went well today.
Thank you.
Keep updating everybody and just keep doing what you're doing.
I can't thank everyone enough. This has been incredible. It's something, I wanted the country to find out for all of us, for all of our sake, but I never expected it to be like this. And I am so encouraged, and I can't thank everyone enough that's sharing, that's calling DeSantis to come up with these ideas, I'm fighting for all of us, and I've lost all for the truth. And now for people to really be stepping up and being, it is just in itself just such a beautiful, beautiful testimony to humanity while we're seeing the other testimonies as well that aren't so great.
I think when it comes down to it, there's more good people out there.
That's what
there is bad.
Thank you, thank you, Amy, because that's what I'm trying to get here. Through this, I know a lot of people are mortified by humanity these days, and especially the United States. And I am here, like always, to say, you know what, I've been shown and I've seen in the worst of times, and there are truly more good people than there are bad. And everything is coming to light.
And I have a question for you. Your website is?
The website for the farm, which isn't up
I know it's
anymore,
not.
but it was Family
Okay.
Farm and spelled out A-N-D Faith FAITH.com, and it's still up there.
Oh, so we can still go look at it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's still
great.
up there. We were offering food, and I'm developing it, so I'm going along. And I wasn't thinking I was putting it out yet, but yeah, I was developing a career. I left Hollywood. I left everything to be a healer and to help
I'm glad you're
people.
out of that place.
I am too. Praise God.
Yeah.
Praise God. And again, we are not saints. We are all imperfect. And when you can come to different realizations and correct things in your life, or speak up about abuse, or help others around you, these are beautiful things. This is what evolution of humanity is. This is how we grow. This is how we become more compassionate people. And through that, we see truth more clearly. Truly.
We face the truth. We see it clear with no disguise.
Amen.
Spirit of discernment.
It is, and it's real. That's real.
It's real.
Again,
This is real life. This is
try
real
it
life.
out.
This is real life.
Try it out.
This is real life.
This
When
is
you-
real
what
life.
What you see on TV is not real life, and what you
No.
don't see on TV, when you see something like this that's not on TV, you got to realize this is real life. You realize what you realize. And that's
Yes.
that's the bottom line.
Yes.
And people see this. Look, there's 3 people out here with you, me, and and we're putting it out for everybody because nobody else is seeing it, nobody's covering it, we're covering it, and you're speaking your authentic truth, and this is what this is all about.
And it absolutely is. It absolutely is. And that was another thing. Like there's public personas and there's private lives, especially with elites or star celebrity or whatever these terms are using for them. It is. It's false idols. And, speaking of narrative and TV, I can speak to that because that was one of the first things I started questioning with my father was my dear, dear best friend, rest in peace, Lindsay Harris, was groomed and trafficked out of the Finger Lakes, upstate New York, where we lived during half the year, well, they live half the year. And she was profiled. My father put her on America's Most Wanted, one of his subsequent shows at the time, and I watched him make up the entire narrative about my friend. I know the truth of my friend, and he knows who actually killed her, and he knows that she wasn't a drug addict. This is a playbook, you guys. To say someone is mental, I don't know how to, help you all out. I'm trying to be light about this. But this is a playbook, and especially to women, that has been done for decades, okay? My father's family had it in his family. I watched my dad, he's doing it to me now. I've watched him help other friends of his in this town with the old sheriff do this to women and drive them out of town and take their children. You say they're crazy, you grab your chest, you say we've done everything, we'll take the children, we're the saviors. And you know what, that's actually very mob mentality, make the accusations before the victim can. And it's dirty. And you know what, we also need to understand guilty until proven innocent, which is very unfortunate because it's supposed to be innocent until proven innocent.
And the crazy thing is, in a situation like this, you're not even suspected or accused of a crime, yet you still go in the sham form of criminal court to be trial like a criminal.
And we already have the reports and documents of my father making false reports to the police on the arrests that people want. This is part of the playbook. They discredit you. They slander you. They do things to make you crazy and break you. That's why they took my children, everybody. They know that my children are my entire life. They know that. So we just have to realize these things. And, again, we have the reports of my dad. We have everything. I don't need to speak out. I want people, there's a point to this. Let this not be in vain. Go research. Go find out your rights. Go rethink some things about your life or where you live or your community. Start getting out there and making sure. This is about accountability, transparency. These people have been given immunity to the highest of levels. They think they can do whatever they want, and that's unfortunate. Right. I'm not complaining. And that's not just DCF.
That's all our public servants.
It's lawyers, the attorneys. It's everything. You have to understand this whole network. That is a network. They all you go to work every day, and you have coworkers that and you see every day in the office. That is what this is ZELLE, and many people don't know because they haven't. I've never had a criminal record. I've never had substance issues. I've never had anything at all. I was forced into a rehab at 28 years old, and for nothing.
Wow.
Again, telling my parents that this was their abuse. You won't listen, John Reve Walsh. We understand the abuse because of your past, but that is what this is. And it's time to acknowledge it. It should be a blessing that your daughter doesn't have mental illness.
Yeah, right.
Why would you speak that? They've been speaking that over me since I was small, and cancer as well. Okay, I want everyone to know that.
People don't realize that, like you said, people know what goes on in behind closed doors. And the bottom line is that they have as much mental illness as anybody because they're the ones that cover the things up and they're the ones that have to live with it. Mm-hmm. They only put the narrative over your face, and that's what I understand by knowing an alcoholic mother that I had and what she went through with abuse and neglect in her home and the trauma that she went through.
Yeah.
If she was watching this case right now, she'd be like, you know what, John? Nobody came out of that house sane.
No one.
There's no way.
No one. I should be a heroin addict by now, and I thank God every day. Nobody.
So who's that? How are they not mental ill?
My brothers, my parents.
Exactly.
And they have all been resistant to therapy. It's not them. They have pawned me out, and I have risen to the occasion. When then the therapist stops seeing them and can't work with them and don't know what to do. And all they do is beg these doctors, harass the doctors for a diagnosis. This is also, we just had Britney Spears. Everyone's acting like they don't know about conservatorships and guardianships. You could take all of the characters in her mess and you literally replace things with people in my mess. So, you know what? In Florida is one of the largest states, again, for conservatorship and guardianship fraud. And this is not just about children, this is about our veterans. This is about our veterans that went and fought for our rights, and they come back here, and you all have them because of their fight, and now they are used and put in the system.
Also seniors.
That's what and seniors, absolutely. Absolutely. And we have to, these are the most vulnerable people of our society that we need to be protected. It is so wrong, and I just hope people see this so clearly. I hope so. I pray that it becomes
And we're
clear.
going to keep sharing everything. I got a friend that's going to collapse some of your old interviews together, so make it a little bit easier for people to get the context.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
He's working on it.
all the
The guy
interviews
that was
together,
here
and
today,
yeah, that would be
Yes.
awesome.
And I've
because that
had
would
full
piece in the
trans-
timeline of everything.
I've had full transparency for over a year. People can go Google it. They can look on YouTube. Again, like we were saying here, we'll provide stuff. But you know, again, this is really about humanity and where we all come from when we're seeing other things. Whether we step forward, how we judge each other. You know, what the truth is that comes out. How we're allowing our society to operate. These kinds of notions.
And our
you know, are
society
very
is
important.
so worried about hurting people's feelings over things.
We are
Yeah,
too,
not
but
worried
counter.
about real serious issues like this. You know, but we're getting there.
It's easier, you know, it's easier to
Yeah,
do that.
we're getting it out there.
But
I
this
see
is
it.
real. And you know what? It's actually a beautiful thing when you can address it, when you realize it. It's a beautiful thing.
And it's a beautiful thing that you can stand out here and speak your truth and just tell everybody and be authentic and be your true authentic self
Thank
and not
you.
disguise anything.
Yeah, it
Just
is.
be Megan.
It is nice to
Healing
finally
for
be.
you.
I've lived
You're-
40 years almost for John and Rebay Walsh.
Like that.
I showed up for anything they needed, even emotionally, whatever they needed at the time. And I'm sick of being a parent. I love my parents. I want them to get help. That's it. They deserve it. This is not the way.
Not too late.
This is not the
It's
way.
not too late. It's
I
not too
just
late.
asked if they would use a Christian mediator and if they would be willing to speak. And from my father, it was a hard no, which is sad. It's heartbreaking.
That's free will choice. So
It is.
They go through their path. So everybody has their own collective
Their own
dream,
journey.
their own
Yep.
dream, and it's their own dream, and the collective dream is coming alive, and the truth shall be told.
Well,
And it all
I feel
comes
so
out in the end.
blessed to be where I am and my faith in the Lord and the timing, His timing. It's hard sometimes, but it's always His timing, and I'm just honored for that. I feel blessed more and more every day.
The more we
Truly.
speak out it, the more it gets out there into the universe.
It is.
The universe will answer the call. It'll happen.
This is a global issue.
It is true.
I didn't make it up. So, sorry
No,
guys.
you
I
didn't.
wish I was that original.
It's been going on for years. All right, well, we're gonna let you go, darling.
Bless you
I
guys.
love you. Stay in contact.
All right.
Thank you.
John.
Nice to see you again. Thank you so much for coming around.
And we'll be
doing this
sharing
thing,
it.
guys.
So this is Lady Justice. I'm trying to
Yes,
get her-
thanks, guys.
If you tell her to tag it, put the video up there, tag it, so we can get all these views up there. And my friend's working on the other one. You should be done this weekend.
Cool. No, that's good.
And we're
All
gonna be
take.
spreading it everywhere.
That's
And
it.
give
All
you a
take.
hug too.
All right,
Hi,
thank
Lady
you.
Liberty.
Lady Justice Liberty Press.
Oh, Lady Justice.
Yeah. It's all good.
Here's Hunter Callahan. He's one of the first children to speak out about CPS corruption and the adoption system. I followed him for years. His name is Hunter Callahan, and he is amazing.
Thank you guys
He is
for
on
being in here
Facebook.
to tell
Please
Rob.
go look at him and his story. He's been speaking out for years. They then got his, he talks about how when you are put through the system, how then they follow you afterwards. They go out, you know, look at your children. They try to take in your children, and how this keeps going on generationally in our country.
Right.
Huge aspect
true.
to this. Huge. It also correlates with the prison system. So please, you know, look into Hunter Callahan. He's
Thank
Hunter Callahan.
yeah.
All right, bye.
Ladies, drive safe. God
Thank
bless
you.
Talk to
Thank
you later today.
I'll talk
All
to you
right.
later.
Thanks.
Bye.
Well, y'all, thank you so very much for joining us. That was an awesome interview with Megan Walsh, the daughter of John Walsh. And she did speak up and speak out, saying that there is no reason why her children were taken. Claims of mental health issues and drug issues, which were not substantiated, unfounded. Things are turning into Megan Walsh's favor today. We will be keeping up with this story as we learn more. We will be also putting out there
More and sharing more.
Sharing
I've
more.
already shared tons of stuff on our community pages. Well, on my community page, she's sharing some of hers.
Yeah.
Facebook, we've been sharing stuff. That's the guy TGI Now podcast on Facebook.
Yeah.
We've been sharing his channel, and he's been sharing my videos. And we got to get the second one up there because we had run out of memory on phone.
Yeah.
Anyway, can we get to the vehicle maybe?
Yeah. We can get in there.
Restroom. I want to use the restroom in there, but I was trying to video.
Yeah.
And then when we get down here, maybe I can look at your screen a little bit and talk to people.
Yeah.
You put on the mount. You don't mind.
No, I don't mind.
And we'll find some restroom a little bit.
Anyway, it's fabulous that each and every one of you guys were in here.
Appreciate
that
you
you
guys
stuck
being
around. Yeah.
Man, last night I tried to sleep, but I still didn't get but about 4 or 5 hours. But I wasn't that tired this morning. I mean, I was tired, but I was able to get up pretty easy. Lady Justice called and woke me up like an after 2.
Yeah. Sometimes I do what people ask me to do.
Yeah. she.
I'm really good.
She pays attention. No, she behaves her once in a while.
Yeah, once in a while.
Every once in a while. No, just play. Great woman.
I do try to do the best I can. Oh, look.
Where's my phone?
That's your
Shit. Let me cut my Bluetooth off real quick, guys. Sorry about that. Crip Sickler, we ain't gonna knock it off that quick.
It's all good.
No, for that.
These cops say what they want and people suffer. No
Yeah.
concern about the people they say they are
Protection.
there to help. That is so true. Who's saying that? Cammed up caveman. You are absolutely correct on that comment.
Still.
Absolutely.
And then we'll find some restroom around here.
Yeah.
I didn't want to. I was so happy to come on court with a smile on her face.
You want to find a bathroom, right?
Please.
Okay.
Okay.
If you can.
You shut me out and stuff, Hannah Mary, you're going to be like that guy that cop killed. Got pulled over for the air freshener. Y'all remember that?
I forgot all about that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Let's move that thing.
Some-
You moved
some,
it. No, you didn't. You just lost the camera. Thank you.
Yeah, some okay, if you can put up, well, maybe there's something.
The map?
Yeah,
Or do you say bathroom right here?
maybe.
That make my bathroom, and then I'm going to speak to everybody and let you speak to people and tell them thank you, and then we end this.
Yeah. Anyway, y'all, I want to ask that you please smash that like button, tickle that like button, rub that like button.
Just play on with it.
Yeah, just play with that like
Whatever
button.
suits your fancy, man. But yeah, we really appreciate you guys being here.
Absolutely.
This is a huge case. And it's not just her case, like she said. It's been going on for so long, and I do know there are some bad parents, but you know, those if you're abusing your child, hey, yeah, you should get criminal charges against you.
Absolutely, and let the criminal system handle that.
But why? I never even thought about it, but I knew it, but I never really thought about it that way. The criminal system is handling family court, which I always do. Family court is a sham, and you have no charges against you.
Well, yeah, she has no charges, but her children have been stripped from her. She's got a newborn baby that is in the foster care system. Lord knows where she's at. But Megan did have some good
Oh, you get a
news
super
coming in.
shot. Somebody. Thank you, whoever that was.
Yeah, a Banana Anna gave me $4.99, and I don't know who the other one was. Thank you, guys.
Put that shit in gas.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. As expensive as gas
It
is
sure is.
nowadays, every cent helps.
Sure is. I just see if they have the records on my email while we were down there, but they're not ready yet.
They're not ready, yeah.
Yeah, but it's okay. I mean, it was a lot of stuff I asked for. It's going to take a minute.
Right?
I'm
I
sure.
don't know where
I'm
about
sure.
is.
Okay,
Yeah, I
look.
feel like I'm just kind
Hold
of
on.
wasting time
And
and
then
gas.
we're gonna we were
Well,
right
there's
here
a
near
Burger King
Okay,
right
let's
there.
go to Burger King. And then go to Burger King, and then I can speak to people. Actually, I can take this off and speak to people if you don't mind. And then we can go use the restroom. Maybe get us something to eat if you're hungry. Okay, live chat. All right, let's see. Why is the chat hidden? Did I do that?
What?
I hit it. Okay. All right. It was an accident. Hey, Blue Steel. You want a Coke from Burger King? I understand. Guys, I really appreciate you guys being here. I'm sorry that my live didn't work. It doesn't really matter because I'm just glad you guys were here to see it, and I'm glad she came out there with that big smile on her face.
Yes.
That's from getting attention on this shit. That's from people sharing this.
Yes. Thank you, everyone that has shared.
Mm-hmm.
That comes in to listen.
Yes.
Thank you.
And we're gonna continue working on it. Us and you can probably put my here, I don't know. And some other people. There was some people you met today. Oh look, you got another super chat from Jesus is King, $1.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. That's okay. Every little bit of it's appreciated. Okay, here's your phone. I'm just gonna go back. Is there anybody else on there I want to say hey to? I can't go back no further. Well, anyway, I love you all and I appreciate you all. Let's turn on us for a minute so we can say hey to everybody together. Hey guys, it's us together.
Hey.
We appreciate y'all coming. And you want to say thank you, people?
Yeah, thank you all for joining us in this crusade, in this bringing light and awareness, shining that light of liberty.
Yeah.
Right, absolutely. And we will ask that you guys continue to share this everywhere.
Yeah.
Everywhere. Because
There's
if this
a long fight left. Yeah.
absolutely,
Just 'cause
and if
she got
this
one
can
decent
happen
day in
to
court.
if this could happen to her, it can happen to any of us. You know, it just takes some accusations.
All it takes is a phone call.
Just one phone call and one accusation, and that's it.
Just like the police.
Yep,
You know,
just like the
until it
police.
happens to you.
Oh yeah, back the blue until it happens to you.
Mm-hmm. All right, well,
All
guys,
right.
we're gonna go in here and use the restroom. We might even give us a burger. Who knows?
Who knows? Yeah.
At least a milkshake. Love you guys.
Love you guys.
Thank you so much. I'm American Amy.
And I'm Lady Justice Liberty Press, and let's giddy up.
Sounds good.
Let's. Justice Liberty Press.
Lady Justice.
Nice to see you.
See you.
I'm
Nice
sorry
to
we're
see you
late.
as well. Yeah.
I don't know how it happened. I got up at 6, but somehow we still wanted us to be late.
Story of my life.
I know.
You drove a while though, didn't you? Didn't you drive?
About hours a minute she drove.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So traffic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Y'all want to see something else that you need? Y'all want to move over here something else that you got?
Keep that. Okay, guys. We are here. Struck by lightning. Teresa P. Great to see you.
Yeah, this
Melissa.
morning. Yeah, this morning.
What up, guys?
No, I made her some
Gonna
breakfast,
turn me
but
around.
she had to run.
She's taught me a lot about food.
Oh,
We are live
Give me a second, guys.
And try it out, and try it out. And because we are not, indigent.
Shit. Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta fix this. This is wrong. I don't even have no feedback. I just want them to leave me alone. Okay. That video was playing twice. There's, this is the next one here. Okay. This is the next one. Sorry about that. And if anybody's just now joining me, I want you to know that I'm just playing this so people can catch up on what's going on in case you've missed any of these videos. They're going to play now, Give it a second. It's spinning, but it'll start back. I'm sorry about the interruption. The court is tomorrow and the next day at 9 a.m. Give this a minute, guys. It'll play. Just give it a second. Anyway, if you gotta go, go. If y'all want to come in and out, that's fine. Just let me get this fixed. I don't know why it's acting this way. We might need to stop sharing just for a second, then I'll redo it. Okay? I'm trying to catch people up. People keep asking me what's going on. I have the whole playlist on my channel, but it has other people's videos on it. So what I'm doing now is just trying to show the new playlist I missed that basically just has my videos on it. Mine or Lady Justice's. Because the other playlist has other people's videos on it. So let me look fix this for you guys real quick. I'm trying to get back to the little playlist I made today. It's got about 15 videos on it. Shit, not that. That's what we're watching now. I hit the wrong thing. Sorry. Oops. Anyway. Oops. Oops. Okay. You can still hear me, right? Yeah, okay. Let me try again, guys. I'm sorry. I thought I had this all set up, but then I got looking at that. It was fixing to replay the same video again. I just set this playlist up, the shorter one, right before I put this up. Because like I said, I wanted to take a nap, and I still plan on taking a nap. That's why this will not be attended. Part of this won't. Part of, I'll drop in and out if I'm awake. And then maybe later on, me and Lady Justice might come on here and talk. But right now, I'm just trying to show people and let people hear her speak. She does speak a lot on here. A lot of people ask me, to me, it's easier to hear it straight from the horse's mouth than it is to hear it from me. I'm not her. So we're going to try to view the full playlist because that one was on there twice. So we're going to start now with this one. And then it should go ahead and play through. Let me see. I'm going to go ahead and remove. If I could remove this one. Hold on. I guess I can't. Fuck. The wrong thing. I don't want to play all because. Hold on, wait a minute. I know how to do that. We're just going to skip through that one. Boom. Then we're going to skip to this one. Okay. And then I'm going to go back here. And I'm going to hit share. Now, this is the same day. But, Oh, hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, let me pull.
Oh,
Yeah.
praise God.
Yes.
Praise God. No one could do it but Him. That's for sure.
Yes.
We are so blessed. My children are coming home. They're coming home.
This day she was just happy because she got a month
They have to be,
extension.
that's right. They kept trying to fight a timeline. This woman
Megan, there is getting
is
attention
insane
though.
that is taking children. That's all I'm gonna say.
We're getting more attention online. The people that were down here, your friends that were down here the other day.
I just want the people to use their voice and realize their power. I mean, we have so much power with our voice and coming together. That's, you know, I hope people
United,
really just
we will
want to look
stand.
into that and try it out. And, you know, try it out. And because we are not, you know, we are not indigent as well in dealing with abuse. But nonetheless, I support parents. I support healthy.
I don't know why that one is starting running either. I don't think it did.
Therapists and life coaches.
That's okay.
I vow
They
to
should
never
play.
be how I grew up, and I've done the work, and everyone knows that. Yep, yep, and I'm proud of that.
You didn't want to do.
Yep.
You're breaking the karmic cycle in your family.
I am.
It ends
Right.
with you.
I am. I was
believe
breaking
that. Yeah, you
generational
are.
cords,
You are.
and it blew up.
Absolutely. It all ends with you, and I know that. I see that.
Thank
And
you.
that's, you know, and that's the thing. And your nose looks fantastic. You want to tell everybody about how you put on
Yeah,
your nose?
yes, because I want everyone to know about it.
Yes,
Actually,
it
you're
looks great.
welcome,
It looks-
everybody.
it looks
Thank
really
you.
good. I've seen it over the last 8 months. And
Yeah, it looks way better.
Thank you.
that stuff works fantastic.
It's amazing. And
What
what I
is it?
do is I help people look at their physical issues and everything and how that relates to trauma and where it's held in your body and how we can heal this also naturally. I'm a mother, I'm a young mother. I'm not going to go get radiation on my head. I'm not going to have my whole forehead put on my face. I'm going to try something natural that does have studies for everyone out there that wants to doubt it, does have studies, and actually the government owned the patent before we had access to it. And it is specifically for basal cell carcinoma first. And that is what I have on my face. I have basal cell carcinoma skin cancer. So anyone that wants to say I am, we have the patent number right here. The United States was actually ordered to research it for the people, and they refused. And then private doctors went and did the research, got the patent, and the U.S. government bought the patent and kept it. And now we have dispensaries.
All by design.
Yep.
Sounds like them.
Yep.
Sounds like it's all
But I
by
want to
design.
say, and you know what? It is what it is. And that's fine, but people do need to realize that it's fine, that there's something else going on here. You know, a lot of people also, I saw comments saying, there's more to the story. There's absolutely more to this story.
Tons more.
There absolutely is. Thank you. Thank you.
And that's the thing. You read the comments,
You
but you
have-
realize
nothing
that
can touch you.
exactly. You should read the comments. People are letting people know the truth. They're spreading
Yeah.
it and they're showing it
Yeah.
and saying, "Hey, go down the rabbit hole. Here you go.
Yeah.
Take a look at what you
It's
think
there.
is
No,
what
I've
right,
seen
what's
one
wrong."
negative comment and 20
Yes.
positive ones,
Me too.
actually knowing facts,
Yes.
actually having invested in our situation for the bigger picture. Brilliant, amazing, and thank you. You know, that's what more people should be doing. And I am so encouraged to see these examples being set through this horrific situation. Truly.
Hopefully.
Great.
Thank you. If I was crazy, I think I would have I would not be here a year or plus over with all of my children, my home, my car, my career, my future career. People can go look at my website, please, that I started for my beautiful family community learning barn that I wanted to give space for kids to come to after school. I
What was
wanted to
that
be part of the
called, Megan,
community,
please?
and I wanted to provide learning and natural living. Yes, music classes we were doing, story times for children, you know, animal care classes. It was beautiful. I was growing turmeric. Yeah, I
What
mean,
is this website?
I left Hollywood. I left everything. I was a fashion designer. I was a musician with my own EP that I wrote and produced. I lived in India for 3 years of my life, left Manhattan up and moved to India. I've been a religious scholar with degrees for over 20 years. I was trained under Gabrielle Bernstein, which is under Oprah. At Kripalu. I am a trained meditation teacher, a healer. I don't think that I could keep on going. I was in school for functional nutrition when this happened.
And you know what you call that? That's practice for what you're going to do.
It is.
Yeah.
It truly
Preparation.
is. And I want
It's
full
all
healing
practice.
for
You
all
got
of
that.
us.
Exactly.
I do.
Yeah.
And there are many people like me out there, and I want people to know that. Through this, I have seen what good people have.
Practice.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to. You're doing all that work to see what's coming next.
Yep.
The future
Yep.
is bright. The best is yet to come, and you will get your children back, and everything will work out. We know that. And that's why you just keep doing this.
Parents are being given a certain narrative, a certain way to raise their children, what's right and wrong and everything, instead of following our God-given gift of being parents and being given these children. And we really need to be offering and speaking these different and better ways, natural living and how a family can move through issues and hardships. This is something that's, inevitable in life. We are going to have hardships. We're going to have disagreements. We're going to have misunderstandings. And I think as a humanity, if we can just hopefully move into a space of compassion, all calm down and ground our energy these days. We're all living so high up in our body that's why we're seeing our souls are not able to arrive here. This is a scary place these days. I think everyone can admit that. And we have a lot of it living and residing higher up in the body, which is creating mental illness, anxiety, depression, all of these things. And these are ancient beliefs and knowledge. This is not, and it's not unchristian. The Lord put all of this in us. He is within us, and He is our healer.
We're going to heal ourselves. We're going to have
Yep.
to. We're going to have to do it.
He gave us all the power to do so in our bodies and in ourselves. And I'm not against, I shouldn't say that, but I'm not against, anything. This isn't against. This is offering more information and an option. The rest is up to all. This is incredible. It's something, I wanted the country to find out for all of us, for all of our sake, but I never expected it to be like this. And I am so encouraged, and I can't thank everyone enough that's sharing, that's calling Santas, that has come up with these ideas, I'm fighting for all of us, and I've lost all for the truth, and now for people to really be stepping up and helping, and it is just, in itself, just such a beautiful, beautiful testimony to humanity, while we're seeing the other testimonies as well that aren't so great.
I think when it comes down to it, there's more good people out there.
That's what
there
I'm.
is bad.
Thank you, Amy, because that's what I'm trying to get here. Through this, I know a lot of people are mortified by humanity these days, and especially the United States. And I am here, like always, to say, you know what, I've seen.
Not being abusing them. Let the family have something.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but that does not seem correct to me.
It doesn't. Either he's lying, or either they're not putting in. They're crazy like that. Like he's saying, they do weird stuff like that. And I want to ask you a question. Do you think with I've got two things playing. One's in my ears. I'm gonna fix it, guys. Don't worry, I'll fix it. Amy shall fix it. It's gonna take her a second. I'm not used to this new playlist, and I was getting nervous. And I didn't add the video of Megan's interview. Hold on, let me add that first, because I really wanted y'all to see that. Hold on one second, because I know some of you haven't, so I want to add that on this playlist. Oh, just give me 1 second. Okay, so we minimize this. Okay, and then we're going to go to American Amy. And then we're going to And we're gonna playlist. And then the playlist again. I don't know why it always says I don't have a playlist, but I do. Cut that one off. Come on, playlist. Come in. Stupid. Hello. Playlist. Okay. Well, you know what we'll do? I just want to add that one. Oh, man. This one here. No, that's the body cam. Oh, man. Well, this is where we're at. I wonder what. Oh, that's my history. That's why. Okay, just give me a second, guys. I'm sorry. I'm really tired. And I've got to be up early in the morning. And I still got a lot of stuff to do today. But I want to show this because people keep asking me questions. And I can't answer all these questions. I can't remember everything Megan's ever told me or somebody else. It's not my story. So I really want to share it with people. Okay. Live. So the one, this one, Megan, this one. Okay, I'm just gonna take this and I'm gonna add it to a playlist somehow. View on YouTube. I'm gonna add it to my new playlist and then I'm gonna rerun the playlist. Not start from the beginning. I'm gonna re-share y'all shit y'all don't see. Let me undo this. Okay, let's pause this for 1 minute. Let's save. And we're going to put it on the new playlist too. Okay, you see? Alrighty. Now, we want to. Oh, we don't want to be there. We don't want to be there. We want to be on YouTube. Now, we want to go to American Amy. That's me. We want to go to my channel. And we want to get a playlist. Playlist again. We're going to go to this one. And we're not going to play all because we've never seen that one. We're going to zoom to that one. And we're going to zoom to that one. And then we're going to go back to studio. And I'm sorry about this, guys. But sometimes things happen. Where is it? Where is it? Is this it? Let's see. Nope. That's not it. Give me a second, guys. Your girl trying. I really am. We don't need a new tab. Okay, we need to... That one. Okay, I got it now. We're going to go here. And we're going to share the last Chrome tab. The very last one. Tacoma, Wall Street. Okay, there we go. Hold on, don't say nothing yet, please. Let me fix it. I don't know why it's doing this. Give me 1 second. I know. Just give me 1 second, please. I'll have it fixed. Sorry, guys. I know what I'm doing. It's not a toy. I just try to fast forward a video. That's all. That's all I thing that got stuck. Now to play, right?
Like
Oh, that's not the one I wanted to play though.
Justice, Liberty, Press.
Okay. Nice to see you. See you.
I'm
Nice
sorry
to
we're
see you
late.
as well. Yeah.
I don't know how it happened.
I'll get it right.
6 for some reason, one of us being late.
Story.
Do not want to replay, and I don't want these on loop. Okay, we've seen this. We're getting some good news.
Yes, yes, we do. Love you. God bless you.
This is awesome. Hey, let's get a picture together, ladies.
Yeah, you look so beautiful,
Thank you,
ladies.
you do
I
too.
love the glasses.
Y'all come over here too.
I
Let's all
love,
get
come
together.
on. We got this. My gal.
Smile. I ain't seen you smile forever. That's awesome, guys. So we need you guys to keep praying. We need you guys to keep sharing these videos. No, it's not.
time.
Just the truth needs to come out.
God forbid John Walsh would lie, you know. God forbid.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
praise God.
Yes.
Praise God. No one could do it but him. That's for sure.
Yes.
We are so blessed. My children are coming home. They're coming.
Okay.
As well, and
Oh. Okay. When it starts spinning, then we should be where we want to be. Gosh. Stop spinning. I'm sorry, guys. Okay.
after my attorney.
There we go. Okay, we're back on the playlist, guys. Thanks.
Liberty Press.
After my attorney will be in contact with me.
Let's go see what we can find. Who's in?
Make sure it's on full. Everybody can see it here?
After my attorney will be in contact with me, John Jordan and Fort Pierce. So let's see if he will step up. And you know, I called Sean McMillan. I've called him and put a call in. I tried him several times over the past few days, and I did get through finally to his assistant. He was on a conference call.
So help the viewers understand, this is a civil proceeding. When you say arraignment on charges, what do you mean by that?
That's the thing, is that we have, you know, there are real neglect and abuse situations in our country, and we have a criminal justice system for that. That's how we should be handling and addressing these things. And unfortunately, we've allowed this system to exist that is civil. It's kangaroo court, and there is no law behind it. They're doing whatever they want. As you see, no one's allowed in once it gets to TPR, which should be the most transparent point of the process. Truly, we need accountability, we need transparency, we need auditing, you know, and we need to be better. We need to change the perspective, given the narrative. Like we're all shares, right? There's no shares at all.
Notice when the hearing was supposed to be public, and noticed that the DCF and the lawyers went in there and had, for some reason, get that case, get your case to be closed, not allowing your supporters or the public to see what's going on. How do you feel about
And manipulated, you know, everyone involved, including my father, manipulates it into that they're scared and, you know, oh, there's something, you know, dangerous here, there's something whatnot. No, you know, if you're doing what's right, then you don't have fear about that kind of stuff. I've had to walk into this with all my dad's buddies and all of this kind of thing, and I have to walk in there like Gideon, you know, it's just, it's incredible. So I just, you know, it is what it is at this point.
So you feel like
whether we want to do something as the people about it or not, if we're okay with this or not.
Okay, do you feel like part of the process went on without you even being in there? Because we could see
Yeah,
through the
I mean,
doors,
they're
they were in
all
the
having,
talk
they
without
can
you.
have their secret meetings, they can have, you know, I mean, they put the white noise on, they do all of this, and they can do that, and they're all working together, they all take oaths of the same, you know, entity, and, you know, I mean, it's just, it's really wild. They're all working
And you were
together.
locked outside for that part of the proceeding, right?
Yeah, the whole, they're going in and all talking, and she's saying that there's irreconcilable differences, and I don't, guys, it's a mess, and people need to research, and people need to wake up, and we really, if people aren't realizing through this, then I don't know what it will take.
Yeah, we need to wake up. So what's the next step? Court on Friday?
Court on Friday, 10 a.m. here at the Vero Beach and Moon River County Courthouse. It's an arraignment and pre-trial for the termination of my parental rights, which we should never even be discussing these things in America.
They're not even mentioning reunification at all.
Well, everyone that's involved in this kind of system and being victimized by it knows that, they tell you, oh, we're doing the case plan, we're doing the case plan, and we're doing great, and then come back and do different stuff, which we have seen in this, but I have spoken up about that. I'm very vocal in grace and truth, that we've been doing everything on the case plan. I even just told the judge that we have a half of an evaluation, it's parental, and they never came to do a home study on Wednesday because they knew that they were planning to take my baby, and they had all of this a day later, when they could easily, peacefully come in, seen the home study, saw that I had a baby, addressed that under their law of having a baby and combining it with the other case, and saying, you know what, we see the truth here, we are working, and let's get this done with. Let's get these children back.
Right.
That's all we've ever asked.
The best interest of the children, and you and everybody that's here mean no harm to no one. We just want the truth out there, correct?
Yeah.
You want your babies back.
Yeah, we just want the truth back. This is not just about Megan Walsh and John Walsh's daughter. This is about CPS and DCF in our country, stealing our children. And no one in there is going to intimidate me or make me feel like I am wrong about that. We all see it. We all know. That's gaslighting. That is part of abuse. If we're expected to ignore all of this all over our country. Cases and cases and cases have come forward, and they have been. Because I've been an advocate for years now, that we hear it all day long. And we're standing here, children are being taken from loving families, being either put in a foster care and drugged up, or they're being taken from beautiful families and homes that love them and put it and adopted out into the system, and all for money. These are commodities at this point in our country, and it needs to stop.
Once they get into DCF custody.
Oh my gosh, the murder, the pedophilia, and yes, we're saying it. We're saying it. You know what? The public has been given these notions, and they've been given a narrative to mock it. And if you are at that point where you hear pedophilia, or you hear murder, or you hear that someone's children have been taken, and you want to work towards finding what's wrong with that person or shaming your fellow citizen, then you have a problem. Truly, at this point, this is real in our country. This is real in our lives, and this is real in our families. And it's destroying our families and our children with our future.
Thank you, Megan. We appreciate it.
You're
We wish you the
Thank you
best of
all for
luck,
coming.
and we're gonna stand behind you, and we're gonna try to get more people behind you, and behind all, and stand up for all the children, not just in Florida, but in this whole country. This whole system needs to be redone.
Yes.
And I hate that you're going through this, but Lord, you're a strong woman, and we're behind you.
Thank you. I want my brother Adam to be arrested.
Yes,
Peace.
we care
Or
about
whatever
us
is
too.
the truth of that to come forward. I want the people to have time and space to look into that. The records are all online. They are all public, and it's been 40 years.
Look it up.
Yes, look it up
Start
and look
researching
into
people.
it. Because
believe us.
we are actually going to help protect missing and exploited children and children that are in these situations that we need. My parents started in a certain way, and we are here to actually correct the issue. We can't have this anymore. And children are my life, and
Perhaps
my children are.
It's the 2.0 and get it right this time.
Absolutely.
I hope
And I
so.
have a lot of hope, and I know that
A lot of
there's
faith.
tons of us coming together. And that's all I've ever asked from the beginning, is for the people to come together and use your voice.
Wake up.
That's it. That's it. It's so simple. We want all bigger things that we have to do. And we don't have to. We just use our voice, and we come together united for what's right. We use grace, we use truth, and we get justice. That's it. There's better ways. There's better ways. And there's so
And
many
we
people
can't
these
help
days that
families.
want to get involved and want to be
And
better.
we can't help families that do need help,
but we need a system that's there for those families, that the goal is to help the whole family and get those children reunified if possible.
Absolutely.
To give the services.
Absolutely.
Yes.
These are adult issues. We should not, it's not this, we care about children. No, that's preying on our children. You take care of the parents. If somebody can't pay a bill that month, you help them. And then you help them in a supportive way to make sure that they can the next month. You know, whether it's a job or something, there's so many better ways to be helping and supporting our families, our precious families, and our sacred children in this country and all over the world. So I really have been so appreciative of all the people that have come forward, especially people within the system. There are good people in the system that want to do. It's systemic at this point, and we need people to stand forward, come forward, be doing better and speaking out about what they have witnessed, as well as children that have grown up in the system.
Right. If you're working for any of these places, you can reach out to any of us, independent or whatever journalists, and we will keep you confidential, and we will try to investigate anything we can.
Yes.
With our means that we have.
Yes,
So
we have
they're limited,
people,
but
we
we'll
have
try.
had people drop off this case, and there are people involved in this case that are not okay with it. They said, you know, we don't even feel like we're protecting children anymore. And to me, that's a victory.
Yeah.
That's a
Megan, what
victory.
do you have to say to people out there now that have going through what you're going through? We've had hundreds of messages on our podcast page of people going through what you're going through. Give them some hope and some advice on what they can do.
Well, it's time. There's a lot of people, there are parents that have been fighting for this for decades. And it's time. It's time, and you have the chance now. You have the support. You're not alone anymore. You're not alone anymore. Your kids can come home. Even after TPR, even after everything, just come forward. Reach out to us. There's so many of us now in our team, and for this cause, just reach out to us, you know, and we will get in touch. But you are not alone, and you have a voice, and you have a right, and we know that you love your children. We know that. So let's all come together. Let's all use our voice in peace and just be able to do what's right to bring children home. That's it. We just need to acknowledge that this is an issue.
Love wins in the
Love
end.
does win, and many people unfortunately have been given an excuse, you know, in society to say, oh, there must be another reason, or oh, this and that. No, they're out to save children. Stop. Just research. Look up family court corruption. Look up CPS corruption. Go on Facebook and look for groups. There are hundreds. There are tens of thousands of parents that have been protesting for years in the Midwest. We have huge states with huge issues going on, and everyone's speaking out. It's the time. It's the time.
It is. It's all timing, everything.
Yes. So, you know,
There's-
we got it, and you know, it just has to happen. I don't know. I've spoken out for a year and a half and fought nonstop for this. It's just time.
We're gonna keep on fighting. Even when we get yours back, we're gonna keep on fighting for everybody else.
I will never stop.
Yeah.
That, you know, I think that most people are aware of that, but thank you for bringing that up,
Yes.
because again, this is not about just me. I will not stop fighting. I want better ways, and there are so many that are joining behind me, and I'm so blessed. You know, our angel army is coming together on earth, and I do believe that.
I do too. Thank you so much.
Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
Bye, girl.
Bye. Thank you for coming. Thank you so much. Hey, you know what I was thinking is put the signs under Pam.
Yeah, put the signs
Pam,
under the three masons.
Yeah,
Three
signs
masons.
under the three masons.
Perfect.
Oh, you're.
In fact, you should stand with them if you want to, Megan. That's up to you.
I think we should get, I've had enough attention.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, and Pam's gonna come with you and put it
Yeah,
under
and
the.
that's why I'm glad to room you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right under the
Thank you so much. I'm sorry.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Yeah, we gotta keep the Freemasons coming.
Thank you. Do they have your information?
That's
So we can stay, you know.
That's it, that's it.
Ladies, can you tell us why you're here today?
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're in support of,
Great thing. You know, everyone, a lot of people criticize those.
oh yeah, why are you here today?
I'm here in support of Megan.
Megan Walsh, yes. And all the children that are being illegally taken, right? And you?
I'm here for Megan Walsh, and I'm here for saving the children, which is so important. Our children are our future, and if we can't fight for them, then we have nothing left.
I agree with you. Thank you so much. Thank you guys for standing behind Megan. I know you have been for a long time, and it's appreciated. Standing up for all the children. I know you've been working on that for a while. I know you're working on things, and we appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we'll spread this out whenever we can get it done.
People are slowly waking up. Diesel for Weed the People. Yeah. Megan actually has cancer on her nose, a skin cancer. That's what was going on with her nose. She's trying to do things holistically or more natural instead of going in for radiation treatments and stuff. So anyway, she did make note of that today.
It's actually a lot better than it used to be.
Yeah.
If you look back to her older interviews and stuff, it's getting better.
I think so,
She
yeah.
didn't want to do radiation. I don't blame her.
I don't blame her
that
either.
might be another reason they're offended with her. Who knows? Some people think they're all in your business. They think they control everything you do. The government does.
Yeah, yeah. Pretty sad. Pretty sad.
Yeah, she said, "Who hit the cops?" Lady Justice.
Pardon me?
Geo said, "Okay." I asked her who hit the cops.
Okay, I'm not sure who hit the cops.
I don't know. That's Diesel. We the people. He answered something else. You see what he's answering? Are you reading the comments?
Yeah,
I
I'm
need to
down
try to upload. I need to try to upload this video so we can see where it stopped when the lady told us to start recording.
Yeah.
I mean, we want to show people that.
Yeah.
Together real
We
quick.
got Wildlife Wanda. It's nice seeing you. Dr. Sean Berry.
All right, yeah.
Yeah.
Good to see all you guys. I'm sorry I ain't had time to speak to you all. I see a lot of you in here.
Yeah, that's why I was
I
trying
don't have
to
time to do
recognize
shit.
everyone.
I keep telling everybody I need a secretary.
John Smith, 2046. Diesel for We the People News.
I don't know what's wrong with my mouse. If it needs a new battery or what.
Of course, we got Geo. Patriot Defense. Fabulous seeing you all in here today. Or any. Thank you.
Oh, I know why the mouse ain't working. I took the hopper out. It's silly.
Oh.
Put it back in. Yeah, well, I was trying to move things around. Okay, now it's working. Okay, so I plugged my camera into the computer. I thought it would work. Even though it's okay, but regardless, I'm gonna try to see if I can send this file to myself real quick. Anyway,
okay.
So
we
I
got
think Megan was,
two mans in here.
yeah, and Megan was happy today because I think about the fact that they moved her trial date at least till August. I mean, till July, because they were trying to by the end of the month just go ahead and be done with her kids being gone. That's horrible.
Right.
I don't know if they meant the first 3 at that time or all of them at that time. I don't know. But yeah, I love it. She got an extension of it. I can't get this year. I've got to get creative. Well, the only other thing I can do is upload it to YouTube. That might take forever.
No, you don't want to do that unless you're gonna.
No, I'm gonna put it out anyway. Yeah. Oh, guys. I just got some bad news. Sunshine Sam was supposed to take me tomorrow to court with Megan. Is there anybody even in here? I know y'all dropping in and out because it's just there's 2 people in here, but maybe y'all can spread the word. So I don't know how I'm going to get there. So if there's anybody in my area that could give me a ride from Palm Beach Gardens to Vero Beach and back tomorrow, please let me know. You can get a hold of me by emailing me. It's AmericanAmyAA@gmail.com, or you can get a hold of me on Facebook Messenger. And other than that, I don't know. Pray that I get a ride. I don't know what else to do. If worse comes to worse, and if I can't go tomorrow, then I'll just have to go Thursday. But Mommy and Minnie and them, and they're on their way. They just hit Florida not long ago. Maybe they would help me. I hate to drag them an hour and a half out of their way though. But we'll see, guys. I might just have to go the next day. I hate it. Pray I get a ride. Okay, I'm going to continue playing this. And I appreciate you guys watching. I'm just trying to catch you guys up. Let's see. I don't know which video we're on here. I might even fast forward this. Let me see real quick. If not, I'm just going to keep playing it. Thank you so much. Spread the word. American Amy doesn't have a ride. Thank you.
I don't know. It's 31 minutes.
Does it always rain so much in Florida?
They have but we also need to understand guilty.
Oh.
I messed something up. Sorry about that. Reshare again. Never fear, Amy will reshare again. Somehow. Okay, which one is it? This one. Nope. Yep. Here we go.
I mean, it's impossible to believe. If you already know how she is, it's not as hard to believe. And I'm glad people are getting the word out there. The more people we can get the word out there, the better.
That's true. We need the word out there.
Right, we need people to research because we want the correct information out there too.
Right.
So if you don't know something, try to research it or just say you're not sure. This will always tell people I can't tell somebody else's story, but she has told it several times.
Right.
I've also had some people ask why hasn't she told the mainstream media? Because they won't listen. She's tried over and over and over.
She's tried many times. Many times she's tried.
Yeah, so has some of her other friends that were there, like the guy from TGI Now podcast. He sent this to his local media friends, and they say, "Oh, that's interesting." That's crazy. People are scared to touch this. I think this is the most serious. This could be one of the most serious and the most dangerous things we ever worked on. But the thing is, if we say her children, I don't mean we as in like just me, Lady Justice. I mean, or just even me, Lady Justice and Megan. I mean we as in people that care, that people that band together to fight against this kind of corruption and any kind of corruption.
Right.
If we're successful, then and hopefully get the revamp a new system. Me and Sunshine Sam and Lady Justice were here at my house earlier. We were just talking about how hard would it be to just take the money they're giving in foster care and put it into these families. And I'm not talking
exactly. Help keep the families stay together. Not all the families need to be broken up, torn up, and ran through the mill.
Right. And no, Yeah, so a lot of families are poor. That's like the reason they lose their children. A lot of families lose their children because they're homeless.
Right?
Sometimes, yeah, even if they're sleeping like in a car and stuff, still, I've seen it happen over and over. I watch a lot of videos online. I've known a few people, or at least friends of friends and stuff that this happened to. I mean, it's very prevalent. And I was telling Lady Justice that we all need to try to look back, and we need some help with research. That's another reason I've been begging other true crime channel. I'm not a crime channel. I've been begging like commentary, true crime channels and stuff to try to look into this, because there's only so much researching and stuff I can do.
That's true. And when did it become big business in America to tear up families? You know, there had to have been a beginning
Yeah,
to that.
yeah. I know. Well, part of it would be also maybe breaking up the families, but generally when I don't know. Let's just like this is a few questions we came up with today while we're waiting on this thing to get ready. Um, when like about right time in history did more children start being removed from homes? And then another one is, when did more children start going missing in general and from foster care? And then how many are found ever, or has and when did cases start to have either an increase or decrease in the amount of children being found unalive? I don't know. These are kind of things, like all these things, hey Rooster, that we need to look into, and I can't do it all on my own, man. I need lots of help. Melinda's been a tremendous help to me, Lady Justice, and George Accountability. I mean, everybody, all you guys, my mods, everybody's been very, very, very helpful and supportive of this. You guys help pay for records the other day, but this is such a huge thing, and there's so many powerful people involved, and it's not just this woman's daddy and mama. You know, there's corrupt sheriffs, allegedly corrupt sheriffs around there, and they're real good friends with her family. So, okay, so let
Yeah.
me, so that could, it's kind of weird, it's crazy, it's sad, but her spirits were high today, and let's continue to pray. She has a lot of faith, man, and that's a wonderful thing. Faith is a beautiful thing. It sure is. I got it myself. And I got faith for this. I got faith that she's going to get her kids back. Her children.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Her children.
Yes. And guys, when this is uploaded, or in the future, Megan does have a Facebook and a Twitter page. So if you want to join, follow, whatever you call that shit there, do it. I got a Twitter also. You got a Twitter, Lady Justice?
I do, but I'm not really hooked on right now.
Yeah.
I need to get it back up and going.
Yeah. You did, because even though you can share links there, and sometimes you can, actually, I never really used Twitter, but I started using it a while back. But I try not. I just share shit. I mean, and they haven't really fucked with me. Let me knock on wood, and if they do, they do. That's another reason I try to use multiple platforms. Oh, and one thing I like about Twitter is when I go to share a video, when I go to share it on my American Amy Facebook page, it's a 2 or 3 step process. I have to share it, copy the link, and then go drop it. And I can just save and oh Lord. Okay, I'm sorry. I started looking at this thing and I got distracted. You know, when I start reading,
Yeah.
yeah, I get all distracted and I'll go off balance. Okay, so we're waiting on this to upload. It's taking a minute. So you know what I think we're gonna have to do, guys, is okay. So she's got part 1 of when Megan first came out of court and stuff. We just see that together. Plus, you can watch the entire thing on her channel. And I'm also going to tell, and he was supposed to, Georgia was supposed to call us. I mean, he was supposed to come online.
Yeah.
Let me see. Let
Did
me
you
call him.
actually get a hold of him though?
Yeah, let me call him real quick and just ask him real quick before we get off of here. I was hoping to show us that video, but if not, we'll just have to show it when it uploads.
Right. He might not be done with it yet. I don't know.
No, I mean mine.
Oh, yours. Okay.
Yeah, I sat and threw mine together so we could see what that lady was telling us to stop recording, and we could see what Megan had outside. Because
Yes, she is such a positive individual.
Mm-hmm.
She really is. I really like that. She is truly a light. Yeah.
She has a lot of faith, and all you need is faith in a mustard seed.
There you go.
Well, it'll grow and grow and grow. He's just a ringer. Maybe he's a busy man.
I'm sorry, but the person you called has a voice mailbox that has not been.
Okay, well, okay, so let me check real quick. Let me see if it's uploaded. Guys, thanks for hanging out with us. I know it's a little drawn out and stuff, but I just wanted to kind of keep you guys. I just wanted to update you guys. Good. Okay, Penny. Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you for dropping that. Yeah, Penny is. Yes. Yes. Okay, so yeah, drop anything that has to. Hey, Meeps. Patriot's perspective. You've been dealing with this for a while too.
Yes,
I don't care. I don't care if it's a Facebook channel, if it's the change.org petition, if it's the new petition she has, anything that has to do with Megan Walsh, drop it. Because if we can get her kids back, we can A, I want them back because she's my friend and because it's unfair they take it from her. And B, we might, if we can get this shit blown up on such a huge level, then we might can get this whole thing overhauled. And if there are people that are guilty of God knows what, maybe we can get them taken out of this system and get some new people put in. I'm going to leave it at that. But let me see if this is at. If not, guys, when it uploads, y'all see, mine. Okay, it's not ready yet. When it uploads, it will leave off where Lady Justice showed up. Now, let me see. Let's put the video I shared of yours. Do you have that? Let me see. I'm going to drop that link real quick before we go. So if anybody hasn't seen it, they can see it. I'm dropping the chat. And then. Sure. Well, Oh, it should be in my history, shouldn't it? Yep. There it is. Okay. Where is it? Okay. Here it is. Give me 1 minute, guys. Now drop that in the chat. And then as soon as so you can watch that, consider that your part 1. And then when you start mine, that'll be part 2, right by where the ladies are at the front information desk.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. And that one lady was so rude. But the other one lady was pretty okay. Let me just have one question. Okay, where are we at, Amy? What was I gonna do? Okay, I wanted to do one more thing. Oh, I wanted to drop a video to what? A link. A link to what though? Oh, to your video, yes. You're supposed to be helping me, Lady Justice. We're both. I'm telling you, we are both so exhausted. We've been working so hard, and we're
We've
so
been up since 6 o'clock this morning, going. We really have.
yes. And the last like ever since, I mean, for days I've had like very, 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 very little sleep.
Yeah, like 3 or 4 hours sleep, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah, when I'm looking. Okay, here's
Yeah.
his link. I mean, here's your link. Guys, this is Lady Justice's link. If somebody wants to add it one more time, that is to the video we word of. I would encourage you guys to show that. That has her coming out the courthouse and stuff. And she might want to make a shorter version a lot later. But right now, let's just get this information out of here. It's not time to be
Right.
fancy and stuff. I mean, you know. And that's one reason George is trying to put a nice video together for people that do enjoy fancy work, even though, you know,
Right.
I care more about the basics, but it's not just fancy. It's not that. It's so you can lay something like a kind of, he's laying the story out for
Like
people.
a timeline. Yeah, like a
Right,
timeline as
right, because
things happen.
right, because it's hard to know. It's overwhelming to hear the story all at once if you're not somebody that's already pretty much what I used to call woke, but now they stole that word from me. But if you're pretty much have a good spirit of discernment, this is not going to be that shocking to you. But when you're showing it to people like on Facebook and on some channels on YouTube, they're like, wow. But they thought I was crazy, but they're believing some other people. And that is really good. Okay, do we see the link in there? I dropped it. I'm drop it one more time. Okay, so yeah, that's her video. Watch it first. Mine's uploading now. And yeah, I'm gonna sign out, man. I'm sleepy. I need a rest. Okay,
I
so
get
thanks
that way too.
right. So thanks so much, guys. My name's American Amy, and
I'm Lady Justice, Liberty Press.
alrighty, we're out of
Yeah.
here. Okay. Thanks, guys. We love y'all. Remember to
Love
share
you.
these videos about Megans. I don't care who took them. I don't care what channel they're on. Share them. If they're factual, if they're good information, they should all be. So far, I haven't seen any bad ones yet. All right. Thanks, guys. Love you. Bye. I always run my mouth longer. She not hung up. I'm still just a running. All right. Bye, guys. American Amy. I'm out. Oh, I love you, Gio. I love you all.
Is going to look and say, yes, I see 3 warrants here, but I don't see names. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but that does not seem correct to me.
It doesn't.
That he doesn't seem
Either he's lying, or either they're not putting in. They're crazy like that. Like he's saying, they do weird stuff like that. And I want to ask you a question. Do you think, with this being the weekend, that John's gonna get a bell today, or did you think a bell's bond? I mean, what they call him, a booking officer is gonna give it to him, or do you think?
I mean, I hope so. I hope so for his sake, because I know he also suffers from, post-traumatic stress, and he also knew John Walsh, and he actually worked to help get money for an orphanage, or not
Right.
orphanage, I'm sorry,
Like
for the Health Children years ago, and
Right.
he started realizing something was fishy back then. He's another person that proved the corruption, and I think all they're doing is just showing their corruption even more to the world right now. I think they're actually hanging themselves personally. But there are judges that do come, weekends, so we can all hope that one will, so he can be released out. And he certainly doesn't deserve this. He's a good man, and he doesn't deserve this. Nobody deserves it, and Megan certainly doesn't. So, I mean, they put her through enough hell as far as I'm concerned. So,
Carolyn didn't either.
Yeah,
So you said they booked her and released her with a bond?
Yes, Carolyn was booked and released.
Was it or did she pay a bond, or you don't know?
I wish I could send this to you somehow. Let me see. So I have the, it's hard because the group is like, we have like a million conversations going.
I
Let
understand.
me just see if I can find. Yeah, they sent a link that actually shows where she was like, she was released on her. They paid whatever the bond percentage was.
Okay.
I can't seem to find it right now.
Take it. Well, that's okay. You can, if you can't right now, you can send it to me later.
Yeah, and if John has a bond, like I'm personally willing to help him get out. If we can come up with a bond amount for him, I can't. I may not have all the money to get him out, but I'm willing to put some down toward it. And I'm sure. Hey, we've probably got a bunch of viewers that'd be willing to help out as well. If we, maybe we can talk. You can get my number from Amy later. If we can do anything to help him get out of jail, I'm willing to do it, and I'll put my money where my mouth is on this.
Oh, we can definitely work out the communication for that. Now, I do see here it says Caroline. I don't know how to say her last name on the
Don't.
mistake, but it says released, and then it just says release on this chart. That's all it says.
Okay.
So it doesn't give a bond amount or anything like that. That's all I
She might have signed out because I'm sure she's never been charged with nothing before.
It's supposed to be a felony interference, which makes no sense at all.
Yeah, and I don't know if you can even or on a felony. I don't know.
I do know this. I said they're trying to teach us a lesson that they're involved and they're in charge. That's the lesson they're trying to give. That's the message they're trying to send all of us. And when Baby Cyrus was taken in Idaho, Ammon Bundy got involved. It was a whole political thing. We already know why that this all happened. And thankfully, the family knew the Bundy family. And within 10 days, because of the public pressure, within 10 days, that baby was returned. And then within another, less than 2 weeks, they dismissed the entire case. Okay? So you don't always know which road to take when you have these horrible tragedies and this evil that happens in these convoluted, corrupt, venues. But we have Megan has a national outcry, and it's growing every second of the day. And we're reaching out and we're calling Ron DeSantis, and he's not responding. And that's pretty disgusting because when you say you're for the people, you have an opportunity to prove it right now. And even though thousands of people have called and said, release Megan's children back, he's not doing anything.
Yeah, I shared that picture with the number on it off your podcast. I took a screenshot and I've been sharing it everywhere.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. Well, I've gotten some inside scoop that he's known about the child trafficking industry through the family court. He's known about it for many years. Okay, and these are direct people from that know personally. So, that's what I'm trying to say. All of these evil people are being exposed for who they really are. They can say who they are, but you got to put your actions to your words. And this is when we see who they really are. So, hopefully a lot of valuable lessons have been learned here, that we can't worship a man and we can't count on a man. We have to count on God.
No.
And we literally need to pray to God for what's happening in this country because it's very bad.
Let me tell you something. I've always known you cannot put your faith in man. You can put your faith in a group of people, because sometimes at least someone will come for you. But the only complete faith you can put is in the good Lord. That's the only one that's always going to be there every time. But
that's right.
As people, and like when I was arrested for videoing the police, I knew I couldn't depend on one person to call, but I knew I had thousands of people out there, and I knew I never heard a phone ring, but I knew they called all night, and yeah, they did. Okay, and plenty of them recorded it. So, but I knew they were calling. That's one time that I could have faith in man, because I knew there were so many of them, and I knew out of that many people, a lot of them were going to call. But you can't put your faith in one man. You can't put no person above another. Nobody's special. I don't care how much money they got, what kind of celebrity status or political status they have. We're all just people. Nobody yelling at you, darling.
Well, I can say this. I just want to, if anybody who talks to Megan, just let her know that people up here in Atlanta love her and are praying for her and for the return of her kids. And this is horrible, and we are working diligently to try to get some help for them. And this is just this whole thing is so sad and so disturbing, and we're not gonna quit fighting for her. Like that's not in me. I'll not quit. I'll be behind her 1,000% until her children are returned to her, period.
Melinda, you're
Amen.
hold on.
Yeah, Lady Justice, you're muted. There you go.
Oh, yeah. I was just saying, absolutely. We are standing behind Megan and for the unification of her family.
Yes, and all the children, and I've been working on this for about 4 months, but I need more I don't have a lot of resources, and I've been trying to get the word out, and we're going to continue to, and I tell you what, I've had about 5 hours sleep all week, and Lady Justice knows that. I was fixing to take a nap when she called. Me and Megan both were. We had just texted each other, we're going to take a nap, and then all this shit went down. But we're here together. Guys, we need to share this out. We've got 26 people watching. You know, we really need to get this out there. This is new. This is current. We've got her friend on the phone, another creator at that is willing to talk and has experienced this herself, but just in another state. But it doesn't matter. They're all wicked, unfortunately. So,
I mean, I've worked with countless victims all over this entire nation, and for almost 15 years. And so these cases are all just like this and worse and better. But because it's, that's what makes this very difficult. And people have to really understand this. So we're exposing, and I've been exposing these judges, and I've been exposing child protective services that I call child predator services. And I've been exposing not all of the police officers, but many police officers that are steeped in this child trafficking industry, because this is a sophisticated child trafficking industry. And then, like, the connection, and it's in my book, the connection between how John Walsh is involved in all of this, and how Missing and Exploited and Walmart walls of missing children.
Oh, Walmart.
Mothers who have, all of this is affiliated. All of this is affiliated. So
that don't surprise me at all.
Well, if you've been dealing with the child court system for 15 years, I'm sure that you've seen some huge problems with the fact that there's nothing done by trial by jury for any child cases. This is always a trial by judge. And if you don't have a jury of your peers where you can turn to, that is an illegal court system as far as I'm concerned.
And let's remember that these judges,
court watch judges, nobody would make the decision that they make. Nobody would make the decision that they make, and they make them in 5 to 10 minutes based on an entire family's life and a child being ripped from one place to another. Okay, social science proves that that's the worst thing you could do. It's extremely unhealthy, and I can get into that. But whatever the gentleman that just said, you are 100% correct. This is not this is, first of all, you don't even want to know how bad it is, but this is not a legal court system. There has to be a jury by trial of your peers to take away fundamental liberty rights, such as your children. Okay, cell phone has more protection than your children. If someone's
Absolutely.
phone, you have more protection. You have an actual trial. You don't have it in family court, and the judge is everything. And these judges are evil to the core. Okay, and I'm saying this over 15 years of experience. It's not a decision I made overnight. I just watched one after the other, after the other, after the other. Children being molested, children being abused, hard evidence, and the judge placing the child or the children with that abuser and taking and stripping the mother, both kids, the mother, of all contact with their children, to take a protective, loving mother from the children, and in some cases, the fathers. It's not all. What they're trying to tell people is that it's all happening bad for fathers. But it's been my experience going in unbiasedly that this is actually happening way more to women and children, and that non-abusive fathers don't want to strip their ex-partner or ex-wife mother of their children. Abusive men do, but not non-abusive fathers. A non-abusive father would never want to take children from their mother. It's not even in their makeup. And the only time they would want to protect their children from a mother is if the mother was, like, seriously had major issues. Maybe she was doing heroin and coke or something horrible, and not safe around their kids. Okay, but it's only the abusive fathers that want so custody of these children, and it's been proven over and over. And the judges and the judges and the child attorneys or the guardian ad litem, they don't care. If the child says, I want to live with mom, they go to the court and say, I want to live with dad. If the child says, I want to live with dad, they go to the court and say, they want to live with mom. Their job is to lie, okay? It keeps the money funneling, and it keeps the child trafficking going.
Exactly.
Well, I will say that I've been very blessed. I've got a 5-year-old son, and me and his mother are separated, and we were able to work out joint custody with him without having to go through this horrible court system.
Thank God. And it's another thing people don't understand. You don't have to do that, and you don't have to sign yourself into a contract of child support. And if you've been put into one without signing it, guess what? You can fight that, male or female.
Yeah, as I said, I was just very lucky with my child, but seeing what's happened to so many fathers and mothers that I know going through this system, it's horrifying. I never wanted to end up in that with my son, just because it's a scary situation. I don't care who you are. It is scary when you are looking at possibly losing rights to your child. I mean but my son, he's half mine, he's half his mother's, and we should as adults all be able to say that. But it's with this situation, these kids are not the state. These kids do not belong to the state. They belong to Megan. And to see what's going on with her, it's just so disheartening and so disgusting.
It is. It's very disgusting. Let's not forget, when a child cannot or does not bond with a parent, what happens to that child? I'm talking about RAD, and that is a very real disorder.
Yeah, attachment disorders are horrible, and
Yes.
and that's a lot of times when the children are removed, it causes them so many problems. Even if they're not molested or nothing like that, or abused, just the trauma from being removed. And then when you get these attachment disorders, so then you're scared to trust people, then you push people away when they do really care about you. It's a mess, and they're messing all of our children up. And not to mention what they're teaching them in school, and we're going to get on that one day. But right now we got to work on Megan, and this whole thing. But yeah, it's a mess, and if you do find out that she needs some help with Belle or John does, we have a community.
Please reach out.
We'll try to fundraise, for that. We never ask for money for ourselves, but if it's something important like this, we will. I mean, like the other day, I asked for money for the records, and we'll see if we get those. Hopefully, I've done paid it, but we'll see. From the removal, there's really no reason why they shouldn't. But we'll see. It does. They have up to 10 days, so we'll see. But Mommy and Minnie, she had went through this before, and she's in my chat now, and she says, I don't get how they can say they are for the best interest of the child, and CPS was created by the United Nations, and they still allow honor killings in certain countries, and she's got a point.
It's a heartbreaking situation. This is not a fight that I thought I was going to be involved in a few weeks ago. But seeing what's going on here, and Amy knows y'all got my full backing, 100%. I'm going to do everything I can do to help Megan get her kids back. This is disgusting.
Yeah, I couldn't leave this alone. Once I heard about this, you can ask Lady Justice, you can ask Sam. Anybody that knows me, I go on about it all the time. I mean, I might shut up for about 30 minutes or a day. I might not talk about it, but now the last couple of weeks is all I've talked about and I've been telling people, look, if they had sent that court date their day, it would have been really horrible. Thank God they did at least do that, because they were going to end, they were trying to terminate right then, and that's horrible. And she was complying, and they don't, once they get it out for you, and if they really get it out for you, you're not gonna, they're not gonna pay, but they're not gonna play, and that they're not gonna play fair. They never do, and they're gonna double down. What you were saying earlier, we thought we were getting somewhere. Yeah, this is how we see with the police. you expose them instead of them saying, okay, well, we've made a mistake or we're going to straighten this up. Instead, they double down and retaliate. It happens every time. And the cover up's worse than the dang crime, but they'll do it 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Double, triple down. But we're gonna beat this thing. Like you said, we got God on our side, we got a lot of good people on our side. And this might and I know it's a sad thing, but and that things happen for a reason, but Megan's a strong woman, and it's like and if people can look at the attention that her family has in a way without saying, we'll just hear the truth. Even if you think her father's right, the mainstream media should be all over this. That should tell you something right there. Okay? If they don't want nothing to do with it, why? Even if, let's say she was really a bad mother, and we know she ain't. It should be, John Walsh has to take his kids because they got a bad mommy. Oh, ain't that sad? The news would be all over it.
You got a very good point, Amy, because they're not even touching it. They're not even touching it with that spin on it. Like Megan's dad and John Walsh protecting them. There goes John Walsh protecting kids again.
Because they knew they can't protect. They can't prove it, baby.
Yeah, because they know that it's libel and slander if they did it, so they can't do it. No.
So
I texted the other co-host for John Karapi. The other co-host is Eddie Rivera.
Yeah.
He hasn't seen it yet to see what he has to say and if he knows like what's happening.
Yeah.
So
I believe I met him a couple times. I was going to try to maybe I could try to message him I don't know if it's him. I don't know. I've got John's personal number, and then I've got one number that's. Oh, I can message it straight to the podcast, right? Let's see.
I think so. Yeah.
I can see if he sees that. He usually does. Okay, let me send him that. No, I sent him a copy of his own thing. He's gonna think I'm crazy.
Well, that's the best part of us. We're not professionals here.
But sometimes when you got regular people together, that's the best.
It is.
We've people that's experienced this, people that knows the system's corrupt, and people that are doing this for the right reasons because they care.
Well, let's try to see if we can find out if John has a bond, because
can you work on that?
I will.
Anybody, or one of my mods? Are you working on it, lady?
Wait, can you say
We're trying.
I'll be on it as soon as this live stream's over. I'll be trying to find out bond information on John.
But we'll get some other people. Now, the new baby is.
Yeah, that's what I'm working on.
You're working on it. Okay.
Yeah, his co-host is His co-host is Eddie Rivera, and I'm trying to get Eddie. I sent him a message, but he hasn't seen it yet.
Right.
What's happening with John, and also, and we're hoping that the third warrant is not for Megan, but I can't imagine that it's not. They were the only 3 people in the house.
Right. Well, she told me 3 warrants, and I guessed all 3 of them, and she said yes, and yes. But I don't know if she's sure about hers, but she knows there's a third one. But I guess she's just assuming that she was the only other person there. Guys, we really appreciate you being here. This is so terrible.
It makes me sick that these people, the way they acted and what we all observed, and how they acted, and how they didn't care that this is human life and a mother and child. Like when you can be a man with holding a gun, and you could go to somebody's house and just rip apart a child from their mother and have no feelings or human feelings whatsoever. And to me, you're standing before God one day. That is such an evil sanctity of life that you would do that without any remorse or any concern, and then spin it into custodial interference, which is absolutely absurd. And knowing that the entire world is watching you and seeing you in action, and I haven't seen one good comment towards these police officers. Okay, I've seen very bad comments and very disgusted people looking at these police officers, even the one that was trying to be nice in the window. Okay, but especially, I think it's Deputy Richards in green, the one that's moving his hand, hurry up, I don't care, and I don't care if the universe tells me what the laws are, I don't care about anything. That guy. And then the other rookie guy in the door. like you said, he didn't pass the threshold. He stayed. They were in compliance. They listened. They were respectful. Okay, they didn't do anything wrong. How do you escalate this into arrest after you just ripped away a baby? Like,
It's
any concern for human life at all? That right now, sister is fighting for her children. She's literally fighting for the life of her children, and you go and you arrest her support system.
They don't
in front
care.
of the entire country that's watching right now. The whole world is watching right now. I'm so angry about this.
Yeah, and seeing those cops' faces, boy, they showed zero remorse. They were there just doing a job, supposedly, by ripping a kid apart from their mother. No remorse. That was the if there's a face of evil, that was that. I mean, that is terrorism happening on American soil right now against our families.
Yeah.
It's unacceptable, and this cannot continue. This just cannot continue.
Guys, y'all share this everywhere you can.
More report.
Okay, you got something else in?
Yes, I just got another report. I said, how did they arrest Caroline? How did they get her? Because, you know, Megan is her roommate. I said, how did they get Caroline? This is what they did. The police said they actually hit her car with their car. And then they said, oops, it was an accident. Sorry. And then they cuffed her and took her in.
Wow.
Tell me that's
So they wrecked her car and then kidnapped her.
Yes.
If that's not terrorism, I don't know what I mean. Like, I don't. We've got to have a police system to start policing the police. I don't know what else we can do at this point. Like, either they have to just totally go, or we have to have another agency to police these people. Because this is
a citizen agency.
It's very mobbish.
It's really unfortunate. It's really unfortunate that, you know, when I say the word like law-abiding citizens, this is happening to people that are not, you know, and I can't unsee what I've seen over the years to make these decisions, to make it, I feel, an educated decision that this is the child trafficking industry and that it's extremely corrupted. I can't unsee what I've seen. Okay. And so when I look around as a person who, like all of you, are Bible believing, are, you know, are God fearing people, or just maybe not even that. Maybe you're just a moral human being and you don't do bad things. Like, you don't go around, you know, causing, you know,
harm,
killing or robbing or saying horrible things, and you have respect for law enforcement and so on. But over the years, you keep seeing them do things like this. It's very disheartening, because we grew up believing that these are the people we can trust, and there's some that I do trust, and that this is the outcome. This is so wicked and scary for the country and for the next generation of children if we don't stop this.
Yeah, it's been going on for too long, and a lot of it, I believe, is a cover up for the elites to do what they want with these kids. I really do, but we don't have that proof yet.
Okay.
But
no, we have that proof. I can show you that proof, actually.
Yeah.
We had a few hours. I can visually show
Yeah.
you that. 100%
Yeah. Well, that would be great, and we will get together definitely. And I want you to meet my friend Lady Justice Liberty Press too, and maybe my friend Georgia when he gets back down here. He comes down here every week. The guy.
Yeah, I'll be back down probably Tuesday.
We were last Tuesday. He took us to Megan's. Hey, Gio. He took us to Megan's court appearance, and then we were back there on Friday. And you know, she felt so much better Friday. But a lot of times they'll do stuff like that, you know. And we don't know if it's the courts doing this or if it's the cops. It could, you know. I have a feeling it's really the cops driving this shit. But I don't know. I don't know the dynamics in that town the way others do. I do know a little bit because I've been looking into it for a while. But it's not like knowing the dynamics of the city you live in or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
No, I mean, we're dealing with a way bigger system that a lot of us don't understand yet. I mean, as activists, and most of us have been First Amendment rights activists, which is how most of us are involved in the beginning of this. But there's so much that we don't know about this defects in children's court system, and apparently it's going to be time for all of us to kind of dig in and start figuring this out too. I mean, we've all learned our rights. We know our First Amendment, we know our Second, we know our Fourth, we know our Fifth. We've got to start figuring out this child CPS thing, because this is disgusting, and we
need to I'm going to send a link to this to Susan Bastion on Twitter.
Yeah,
because I told her
it's a good one to get one on.
I told her about this case the other day, but
yeah.
She's in California, and a lot of times
she's in California, but
She could bring attention to it, though. People, just because if you're in another state, that doesn't mean you can't help us by bringing attention.
That's absolutely correct.
My
Yes.
friend John wants to know, why aren't they filing for a change of venue,
venue.
bias?
I don't know that you can actually get a change in venue on a CPS court. Because
I don't either. But if it's criminal, let's use it to our advantage.
I can touch a little bit on that. Okay,
Thank you.
I've court watched the judge, and it's extremely corrupt what they're doing. So it's corruption on steroids times 2 times steroids again. It's one of the worst I've ever seen. And I've seen that. I've seen the most twisted, convoluted, evil cases. Okay, so now the Attorney General in Florida immediately returned children to a family because that's their job. When CPS messes up, it's the Attorney General's job, and there's all laws that are cited per state. Okay. With Megan Walsh, they didn't do it, even though I think I got 12 or 13 out of 35 people, or maybe more, sign under oath what we witnessed and what was actually going on and all the violations. And yet they wouldn't. The Attorney General would not speak it for Megan Walsh. So you see what I'm saying? This is a John Walsh situation. You have to understand, if anybody doesn't know of your viewers, you guys understand. This, type in John Walsh's name in the White House and look what comes up. Okay, this is a deep infiltration, and there's a movie, a documentary that your viewers should watch. It's called Eyes of the Devil documentary. It shows you what's actually happening to these children. I do not advise you to have any kids around when you watch it, and if you're easily triggered, don't watch it.
Could you say the name of that one more time, please? Because I want to watch it.
Eyes of the Devil.
Eyes of the Devil.
And it's about a cult, and it's about the family court. It's about CPS. It's about all of it. And it's in this particular movie, they're showing a pregnant mother who's willingly wanting to sell her child to this. But that's not how they get all these. We know very clearly they're getting these children through the family court, CPS.
And so many of them are lost.
That's what's been happening.
Yes.
Well, so many get lost in the system. They get lost, like they misplace them.
Foster care children go, to 20 different homes in a year. I mean, there's people are given all kinds of stats all the time. They admit out of their own admittance that they admit to almost 90% of children are sex trafficked through the Department of Social Services nationwide. Obviously, to me, that's like 100%. It might as well be, because I consider trafficking when you take any human body, a physical body, from one place to another without its authority, without its willing free will. That's trafficking, whether you sexually abuse that body or not. That's trafficking. Okay, so the family court is trafficking families and children, mostly children. Okay, so, and this is against our due process rights. This is against every law that there is that we hold dear in this nation. And it's been going on for decades. So, I'm just praying that this case, God is allowing this case, and I'm so sad for Megan, but I believe that this persecution will pay off, because God doesn't give us anything that, that he's not going to use. It's going to save many, many children, because we need many, many children saved. And it's legitimately happening in this nation. And it's a very sad thing for us as Americans that love our country to know that this has been going on, and that the more your eyes are open, the more your eyes open more, because you find out more as to why they're doing this wickedness.
Well, I can tell you one thing. After meeting Megan, I know that poor girl is dealing with some of the worst things she's ever had to deal with in her life. When we get her children back to her and her family reunited, this woman is going to be a powerhouse in our community.
Yes, she is.
Protecting kids and fighting this evil, corrupt system. I can't wait to see that. We've got to get through those first. We've got to help John. We've got to help her. We've got to help the other girl that was, illegally arrested today. But as we start working through these issues one by one, and we finally get her children back, this woman is going to help us destroy this system. She is a wonderful human being, and she's going to be a powerhouse. And maybe she won't be an auditor or a YouTuber or anything else. She is going to be a powerhouse helping people get their families reunited.
It doesn't matter what platform she uses. She'll probably have to use several platforms. And
even if she doesn't use any platform, she'll be doing it.
Yeah, she will. And we're going to need a lot of help from a lot of people. And then she's going to need help. but right now, like you said, the most important thing is, but she was already an advocate. That's one that got her in trouble. She had seen these problems. She couldn't, and then I guess that drove her to question more things, and and once you see the truth, can't unsee it. So, what could they do? They had to protect themselves by putting a narrative on her and taking her most precious things from her babies.
Yeah, because I'll tell you, you can take anything I own. I don't care. You take my kid and you've crossed the line. I mean, you want to take my house, you want to take my hot rods, take the boat I'm on. I could care less. I'll go buy another one, or eventually maybe one day. But like when you start messing with kids, you've crossed the line. These people, her father, India County, the city she lives in, all of these people crossed the line. I want to see every officer that was there be forced to resign. I want the sheriff thrown out of office. I want the police chief, the mayor thrown out of office. And these are things that as auditors, we have to start working on.
Right. I need to say something real quick. Mommy and Minnie, she said that when they took her baby, the baby was 6 days old, and she has gotten her children back. And she said her and Hunter can come down here. But I don't know if you know, we're in Florida, baby. This is in Vero Beach, Florida. And I did put the word out there for Friday that anybody that wanted to come. I mean, we just wanted people out there to stand in support and to document. And nobody was able to come Friday. But it's short notice, too. I understand. We're all over the country, my people. I've got a lot of Florida people. I got a lot of Georgia people. But I've got people all over the country and in the other countries, too. So it's not, but we're always going to, I'm going to go every time I can and say, well, Lady Justice, and
so what?
People, yeah, so will you, and we need to, we'll have our live streams going when we can, when we're not inside the courtroom. Well, we can't get in the courtroom anyway. That's another thing. If this is going to be treated like criminal court, it should be open. Well,
yeah,
Mom,
so
you're welcome. We get information, and hold on, and watch my channel, guys. I will be letting people know when she has her next court date. For those that want to come up there and stand with us, that's fine. I let everybody know this time, and I will let you know again.
Well, I just want to throw something out about the closed court system that they're having. And we all, the three of us that are on this panel right now, know when we got to the court that day, not only did they not allow us to come in and see the proceedings that were going on, at points they would not even let Megan into her own proceedings. They kept the person that they have in court, they kept that person out of court to deal with this person because they didn't even want her in there for her own proceedings. At point, it's disgusting.
Twice they did it.
Yeah, that is absolutely sick.
In the beginning, they
totally 100% sick.
Yeah, and they done it in the beginning, and they locked her out, and then they unlocked the door, let her in, and then they put her out again, and then they let her back in, and so they could all have their little things together with her lawyer and everything. Everybody was present, but her. And that's not right.
It's not right, and that's her life. Yeah, that's.
Okay. Yeah, fighting to get your children back and not even allowed in court. That is this is, as I said, this is a third world country couldn't come up with something like this.
Okay, this is crazy. I want to try to share this with my friend on Twitter. Maybe she'll see it. I'm trying to get this out there to people, man. It's a shame to me that we've got 20-something people here. Not that I don't appreciate you guys. But we got in here, we're telling the real story. We got the latest updates on it. And then, you can get on there and replay a live stream from a year ago and get 2,000 or 3,000 people on there, being mean to the person that's trying to tell the truth. So I don't get it.
I don't get it either. And Amy, I'm behind you.
No names. I'm not mentioning no names.
No.
What I'm saying is, damn it, man. We're really, we're trying to do something here because we care, and I don't, and my mods, if there's any links you want to drop that has to do with this, if there's any, like this lady's channel, she has a channel, she was in the chat with it earlier. If you can go back up and find it, drop her link. We want to drop all these links. I want to share all the information I can. You're always welcome to mention channels in my chat because I'm here because I'm an activist. I'm not here for my $90 that I don't make anyway. But even if I did,
No, absolutely not.
no, but I did put today, in one of my videos, guys, I personally can definitely use donations whenever possible, because it's really not just this case. My expenses are just getting to be overwhelming for me. And yeah.
Well, Amy, let me say this in your defense. Everything that we do costs money. Gas is $5 a gallon. When I came down and picked y'all ladies up and we went to Vero Beach, that wasn't free.
No,
And I'm not asking for a penny, but if anybody wants to donate to y'all's channels, just know.
I did offer you gas, though.
I know you did. You did. I didn't want it. You're right. You 100% did. But and my point behind this is, if anybody does want to help, it's not this the little bit of money that we might occasionally make. It's going right back into the channels. It's going back into activism. None of us are getting rich doing any of this. We're doing this because
we're going broke, actually.
Yeah, we're going. Yeah, amen to that.
Okay, it's worth it.
We're doing this because we love Megan and we want to help her, and that's it. Or because we love freedom and we want to support freedom. We're doing this not for personal gain. So any contributions that are made, we're not buying a new Mercedes with it. It's going to go into a gas tank or go into public records requests or something, because this stuff is not free.
And thanks to all the people that did help me the other day. We raised $52 for those records in about 45 minutes. And they are working on them, so let's hope we get them. and I paid them immediately. I showed you guys the receipt. That's the first time I've ever asked for money, and even then it wasn't for me. It was just to get records. But this isn't about money. I'm just letting people know that I have seen, though, that there are people even in the true crime community, which I knew we in our community as activists, as 1A, 2A activists, I knew we had people that were like that, but to find out it's in the true crime community too, it's disgusting. It
really
saddens me. It saddens me, but it's okay.
Well, I mean, can I say something about all that too?
Yes, darling.
This is a multi-trillion-dollar industry that's destroying America's children and families. So this affects everybody, not just the people who've had it happen to them. It affects everyone. It affects the little boy that lives in the neighborhood and his best friend got taken by CPS across the street. It affects him. Okay? So when people talk about donating, and I know it's not an easy thing to ask for, you got people that are advocating for these families that give up everything. I know that personally, and I mean everything. Okay, paying jobs. It's work to be on the air hours a day, working with clients, working with families, going through vicarious trauma from dealing with all these.
Oh, yes. The trauma. I understand that.
A donation to help another life. We're supposed to be charitable. Is a blessing to you. It's better to give than receive. And to know that your money is going to somebody who actually cares about your neighbors. Love your neighbor. So to me, rather than donate to these organizations that are trafficking children, I won't say certain names, but are the guys that's helping them. When you could be helping to donate to people that are actually saving children. I think it's a beautiful thing.
Right. And even if it's a good charity, or so, like when you think it's doing some good work, they have administration costs, fundraising costs, and about 10-20% I think goes to the actual cause. And if I ever do get a lot of money, like if I was to ever win the lotto, but I never play, I'm gonna help some people, man. Yes, I am. I'm gonna go out there and help the ones that everybody else said no to. But that's probably never gonna happen. But for right now, we're just trying to do what we can do with the limited resources we have. But we have voices, and we do have these platforms, and we're gonna use them until the cows come home. Okay? No, till the children come home.
Till the children come home. I like that.
Yes. We're gonna use our resources and our platforms to the children come home. And look, think about the money that could be saved. Hey, Judy for Justice. If instead of removing children, because if this is really what it was about, it would be cheaper and better to just help families. If a child really doesn't need to be moved, whether temporarily or long-term, let's find a family member. Let's keep the parents involved. Let's get the parents on the right track. You know, nobody asked
Put
me.
the money back into the families.
Right.
Put the money back into the families.
Family, yes, you could be putting this money into the family instead of paying some foster family that may or may not be good people, that may or may not be abusing. Let the family have something. That they might pay a bill for a family, but they'll pay you to take care of somebody else's children. It don't make no sense, guys. It never has, and the more you think about it, the less sense it makes. You could have used that money to help these families, to get them on their feet. Do you know they take people's children for being homeless? They take your children if in the UK, if you have a minor learning disability, they'll take your child before it's even born. They start working on it. I've seen documentaries on this. Okay, and same things like that happen here. Chuck Bronson, hello, good to have you guys. Okay, so unfortunately, two of Megan's friends that were there the day that the video, I'm trying to update some people that's come in. The day that the 5-day-old little baby girl Esther was removed, they was the lady she lives with, and also the guy, one of the hosts of TGI Now podcast on Facebook. Check them out. They were both arrested today. He's still in jail, and she's been told there's a third warrant, and we believe that warrant's for Megan. Megan believes it too. We hope it isn't. We hope that they'll stop arresting people were these people taken to the Indian County Sheriff's Office? Is that who arrested them, ma'am?
That I don't know.
I would think so. That's who sat outside their house all night the night before and shined high beams in their house. That's an intimidation tactic. That's prior restraint. They were probably hoping they'd scare her and they're not showing up for court, but they ain't gonna scare her. She's like us. She don't get scared. I mean, of course we all get scared. We're human beings, but we got on the full body of the armor of God, and I believe in that. And I know everybody don't believe like me. I know everybody's not a Christian, and those of you that aren't, that's fine. But that's what keeps me going. That's what makes me not be afraid. You know, because this is a dangerous case. Don't think it ain't. That's another reason that Main Street or anybody else won't touch it. It's dangerous. Okay, there's only a few brave souls that are willing to go near it, especially if they live in Vero Beach. Okay.
Yes, and I want to personally thank everybody because I'm new to this story as you know. I really want to thank you and Lady Justice and all the other people.
What's your name again? I know your channel name, but what's the name you go by, sweetie? On the phone.
Me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, it's Francesca Amato.
Francesca.
Francesca, thank you so much.
Did I meet you on Tuesday or no? Or did I see you online?
You and I have been talking
online.
On Facebook, and I subscribed to your channel, and I was thanking you for filming Megan Booth on
right,
work, and
right.
I wasn't able to be there.
And I watched your podcast. Yes, I sure did. You and your friend.
Yeah, they've done some amazing coverage.
That Kelly, that's with her. Is that who that is? Who's the lady that works with you on your channel sometimes?
Yeah, she's a co-host. She goes by Cinderella.
All right. Yeah, I did watch that podcast. I haven't watched none of the other ones yet, but I will. I will have time to catch on this. I love to watch YouTube. This man here, he's researched. I mean, he's been looking ever since Tuesday. He's been looking at every interview he can find, every piece of information he can find, and he's going through it, and he's trying to put it in a compilation that's shorter and more digestible, because everybody's asking me, well, what's the story? Well, I can't tell Megan's story. I don't know it, and even if I knew it 100%, it's her story. Okay, and she has already told it though. There's interviews out there, and he's going to put some of those together. He's going to put some more clips together, and some of her press conferences, her speaking outside of court, and make it more digestible for the folks that are just learning about it.
Yeah, there's been so much happened with this story over such a short period of time. I mean, even currently, it's changing again. So this has been a lot to digest over the past week. But we are diligently working on that. We will have something out soon. But we've just got to get this woman's children back with her. This is disgusting, and I cannot believe this is happening in my country.
You know, for me, unfortunately, I mean, I hate they done this part. I hate they done it all, but none of this has ever shocked me. I guess for me, I mean, when I first, ran into one of Megan's interviews, or I think I ran into one of her tweets first, and then I said, well, I got to find out about this. I started looking on the interviews. Yeah, I mean, so much we've seen, and I've seen so much happen, and everything, so much we've been told has been a lie our whole life, that it's not hard to believe. But we're not asking people to just believe it. Even Megan just wants the truth to come out. She would be willing to have a hearing if all the evidence could be out there, if she had that option. But she don't have an option of having a hearing with jury or peers. Nobody's perfect, but this lady is a good mom. And
do you remember when we were sitting out there, she told us that she had like 26 or something writs or whatever done with the court, and they just didn't even read them. They just rubber stamped denied everything that she presented to them. It's just been a mess.
Not a fair trial in there. She does not. It's all stacked against her.
And I don't see them change. And he asked about changing the venue, but they'll probably say no. But and they'll say, well, it's just family court. But no, it's not, because even though family court is a sham, they treat it as criminal. And that's not right. This should never even be a legal thing. Good night, Judy. I was trying to type it in, but I'm too slow. Thank you for coming, Judy. It's something that, I lost my train of thought. I hate that. It's terrible.
It's been a long week, Amy.
It has, and I haven't had much sleep. I was fixing to go to sleep when this happened, but that's okay. It doesn't matter. When duty calls, I'm here.
If I can get your permission from all of you, and to have this specific broadcast, I can get the producer on CBS News Network, and he has like 60,000 followers, and I'm one of the, my program goes on that platform as well. So if I can have your permission, I could just have him take this video that we just did, and he can upload it
to his platform
for that, and then it would go from there to other platforms.
That's good. Yeah, will you make sure? Yeah, just will you make sure he credits all of our channels?
Yeah, definitely. If you want to send me, just send me all the details so he can put that in the description. So it's all.
Yeah, that's all we want. We just want.
I don't, Amy.
I don't care about that, but I do. And people might want to reach you to tell you things. It's important for these.
Well, and I understand. I'm not doing this for the notoriety. I'm just doing this to help Megan. I don't.
If nobody knows who we are or what our platform is, how can people reach out to us?
That's absolutely correct.
Been doing this for years, and I tell you what, people want to see who these people are because they want to go look them up. They want to see, you want to go look at who's talking. I know I do. So it's for several reasons. It's very important, in my humble opinion, to always put in the description who you're working with or who's in the video.
I always agree that, especially we need broadcasters like this to the topic. So then if victim needs the story out and they can't get one of the broadcasters, they can go to what they know who to go to.
Right.
Also, I let everybody share. I let them share whatever I put out there. It's always public.
Right.
But all my copy lists are on everything, and also my disclaimer is very clear, that we welcome and we encourage sharing, but you cannot alter or change what's inside the what's inside the video. You cannot change it.
And you don't want people re-uploading it without your permission either. Right?
Yes.
I don't blame you. Okay, and you definitely don't want them editing somebody that you don't trust, because they could edit it into God knows what. Okay, yeah, please tell this guy. What is his channel, please, so we'll know?
So basically, it would go on to CBS News Network.
Oh, is that on Facebook or YouTube or both?
Yes, it's on Facebook, and it'll blow up for you.
Yeah, I watched that channel.
And then I could, from there, I could take it onto mine, which is Punished for Protecting News, and then I have the YouTube channel, and and then we can keep getting the word out. So it would say exactly as it is at the end of interview, and then with the description, it would have American Amy, and then I think it's American Amy and
Lady Justice Liberty Press, and Georgia Accountability Patrol. And I can send you all three of our links real quick in a message. And
yeah, if you can send me all the links so I can just copy and paste
right.
Send her my phone number as well, please. Just just if she needs to get a hold of me, or has anything that's breaking, as I'm editing this video, I'd love to hear about it. Because this is now I've got to adjust the way I'm telling the story now because of this. I thought I was almost going to be done editing this video, but I've got to add more into it now. So
yeah, but you know what? Even if you can start out with a part one,
Amy, this is already going to be about a 3 or 4 part series. So I just need to figure out real quick. We're going to add this part in, but this is going to be a multi-part video.
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want him to show us after we're done, or do you want him to try to rebroadcast it now live?
Yeah, just send me everything. I think I'm friends with you, Amy. If not, I can reach out to you on YouTube, and then we can send each other the information, so we can upload it.
Well, yeah. I mean, when we get off here, I can go ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and text you all three of our links. I may even call you real quick. So you want us to go ahead and end this for now until we get some more info?
Oh, say that again?
I do have your number. Would it be so you think we should end this for now, let him get out there, and then if we get something new, we start this one back up?
That sounds good.
You that sounds good, Lady Justice?
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay. So that's what we're gonna do, guys. We're gonna go ahead and close this out, and we're gonna she's gonna send it to CPS Network. I'm sure a lot of y'all watch that on Facebook. I know I do. And he's gonna upload this so he can catch people up to where we're at right now, and then he can send people to our channels if they want to watch the court videos or whatever, and try to get that feel of what was going on in court. And then if something new comes up, I'm gonna give her your number and Lady Justice's number, and then if between one of the four of us, one of us will be able, if not, there's somebody out there that will be able to pull another panel like this and keep everybody updated. Okay. So, okay. So I will call you in a minute, darling. And I'm going to say goodbye to everybody. I want to thank you all. My name is American Amy. Your name is
Lady Justice Liberty Press.
Georgia Accountability Patrol, and thank y'all all for watching. And just keep the love pouring out toward Megan, and keep her and her family in the prayers.
And our special guest was okay. Say your name one more time and your channel.
Oh, it's Francescano, and it's I'm Punished for Protecting Inc., which is a nonprofit 501c4, and then the author of Punished for Protecting the Injustice System of Family Court. Plus, I have a YouTube channel. I'm everywhere. All you gotta do is put my name in, and it's like a million different venues.
Okay, great. Well, we appreciate you coming on so much. Okay, thank you all. And as soon as we get some more news, we'll be back and check out all these people that I've been dropping, and Lady Justice has been dropping, and this lady's been dropping, because we're all working on this and we're all trying to get it out there. All right, I love you guys. American Amy, I am out. Pray for Megan and her babies. Bye.
Hey, darling. You've got a smile on your face.
I do. We're winning.
Oh, good. This is good news.
The judge just said I was too. I was ahead of everybody else.
Oh.
That's amazing. I'm so happy for you. We're all so happy.
They moved the trial back to July.
God is good. God is good.
God is good.
God is good.
God is good.
Hug your friends.
God is so good.
Yeah, I knew that smile was different.
Yeah.
This is beautiful.
Yeah, the babies are
getting progress.
I love you so much.
Her name is actually.
Hey, Dr. Sean Berry. It's fabulous seeing y'all in here.
And to see their depravity in there, and just their hunger for the timelines and get this done, and the money, and they're talking about the contracts. I mean, it is out in the open, you all.
Awesome.
It is out, and I have gotten it all on record.
Great.
we never got a call. They just showed up at my house. Okay, we got another police car.
I'm a supervisor, and when I saw you walking up, I called a call, so they probably wanted to know
scared.
Okay.
So usually what happens, what's up, Deegan? Usually when we go to calls for service, you said DCF was here, so
Yes.
before we go to a house, DCF calls us, so we can go with them. When we approach houses, we don't just walk up and stand in nowhere, because we don't know what we're walking to, we don't know what's going on. So we always take positions of cover or concealment.
Okay.
So if she was standing off to the side, like
she
if
was.
I was walking up to this car, I would kind of stand here so nobody can really see what I'm doing.
Right.
Because I don't know you, you don't know me, we don't know what's going on, why we're here, you know, things of that nature.
This is
So
what
I
they
mean,
do
it may
just
seem
about
odd if you're not in the law
DCF.
enforcement
DCF.
world. So yeah, so I can get that, but it's just a tactic so we can be at the safest position we can be in.
And so I want to go to sleep tonight knowing I'm safe.
If this man is corrupt, that means the whole Center for Missing Children,
Could be.
Could be. We don't know.
Well, but think
It
about
could
this
be.
for a second, okay?
Makes you question.
This is how I pieced it together in my head, all right? You look at the case, you look at the son's case, whatever happened, he was found here in Vero Beach. Well, technically he wasn't found here in Vero Beach, he was found out off the turnpike. The turnpike doesn't run through Vero Beach.
That's true.
So remember that. So it was out on the turnpike. It wasn't in the city limits of Vero. So that's one thing. Then they moved here. That's number two.
I was
okay?
just about the one I
So
yell
then you
about
think
that all the
about that. So
time.
then
Yes.
they moved here. Why did they move here for? So
That's-
those are all little pieces that you have to think
John,
about.
real quick, turnpike is when you're talking about that, you're referring to like I-95?
No,
No.
the turnpike that
I
runs from
promise
Fort
you.
Pierce out to Hall Junction only touches into our county at the very edge of our
just
town.
happened to us.
Yeah, that's not incorporated into Vero County. Your driver's license might say Vero Beach, but that is not the city of Vero Beach.
We just took the turnpike, and they
Exactly.
took us off the turnpike, and they took us to 95.
Yes.
And that's why,
That's where
because
it's at.
yes.
So think about that
Right.
too. That's number two. So then a year later, they have a made-for-TV movie called Adam, and that movie went out on TV. There was only 5 channels at the time, so
And it
everybody
also-
watched it.
It also put a fear, which is a needed fear.
Well, because
but-
people needed to see it, you need to be programmed to believe that this really is what happened. So people
Children.
became programmed. Then the Center for Missing and Exploited Children gets started not that long afterwards.
Right.
So you have to piece this together. You have to discern for yourself why this is happening and why it's not being told. Why is this story not being told? Think about
Exactly.
it. That's the point that I've always made in this. I'm not trying to take any sides. I'm not looking.
just want the
Our
truth.
podcast doesn't take sides. Our podcast
just want
speaks
the
about
truth.
authentic truth. We let people come into our podcast. They speak their truth. They leave the studio, and we put the podcast out. That's how this all started. With bringing her in, letting her speak her truth, let people talk about she's mentally ill, she's a crackhead, whatever. It doesn't matter because it all starts now. It's today. Why is this happening now? Why is her child not with her right now? Why? If anybody can answer that question, I'd love to hear the answer.
And why would her parents?
So you
think
were
that's
there
the-
the day, for the new viewers that are tuning
Yes.
in, you were there the day Megan had, the authorities were there and took her child.
I was at the house.
You said some interesting questions to the sheriff, I heard. Can you explain what you were saying, asking the sheriffs why they were there?
So basically, I asked the sheriffs. I said, "Why does this have to happen now? What is the urgency on this?" And the sheriff was like, "There was a court order signed this morning that we have to come here and take this baby because there was a complaint made that the baby was in danger." And so the court order was signed. The lawyer the lawyer came, didn't tell her that she was coming to the court. They got the signed order, and of course the sheriffs, they want to make sure that they do their job. So they have a court order. So the whole time they talked about it was like, we have a court order. We are not leaving here without this baby. And I said to them, guys, don't you see this is kind of odd that this is happening all of a sudden? She just had the baby. She did go to the doctor. She did get a clean bill of health. Just because she didn't have the child in the hospital doesn't mean that the child is unhealthy and unfit and in a bad situation and is in danger. That's not the point. The point is that it was rushed through. And I said to the police officer, why is this so urgent? Why are we so urgent to take this baby from her mother? I don't get it. I don't understand the point. What is that? Why is that happening?
Especially if the baby's healthy, mom is healthy. Is it a loving,
he had
caring?
more hair than I had on his head. So, you know, the baby was healthy. The baby looked great. You know, to be honest with you, Jonathan, I was even emotional because I couldn't believe what was happening in my own backyard. This child was being taken right in front of me, around the corner from where I used to work, you know, in places that I've done business in the town.
You see this app right here? It's called Audible. Using just this little app on my phone, I was able to replace my full-time income and quit my job, all because of using Audible. And for those of you that don't know what Audible is, it's actually a child company of Amazon, which is one of the largest marketplaces in the world. So Audible is where people normally buy and sell audiobooks and podcasts. And the first time I learned about this was 3 years ago from Christian. So Christian would put up these audio files onto Audible, and just like that, he would get paid. So I saw this and I said I could do that. So then I started doing it, and then within a few months, I was able to quit my job and I started traveling the world with Christian. So I taught the same process to my mom, and now she's making $900 a month. Then I decided to teach my little brother, who's in college right now, so that he can pay off his student loans. So the best part about this is that it is so beginner friendly, and I want to show you how easy it is. Obviously this is an ad, so I can't really show you anything, but if you click the link below, you'll be able to attend a free training that Christian put together, and it goes over the exact same steps that he taught me, my mom, and my little brother. It's a simple training. It's just 4 steps about how you can start leveraging Audible today. And honestly, 3 years ago, I knew nothing about online business. I didn't even know you could put things online, and I was able to make this happen. And my mom, okay, she doesn't even speak perfect English. She knows nothing about technology or setting up accounts, and she was able to make it happen. And now my little brother, who's in college, who doesn't have that much free time, is also making it happen. So this really is for anybody. All you need to do is just click the link below and put in your email. You'll have instant access to this free training. It's short, and you'll be able to walk away with action steps on how you can leverage Audible right now. And the truth is, we've had a lot of people that have watched this same free training that you're about to watch, and they have made their first sale and earned their first dollar using Audible within 7 days. Imagine that feeling of that first dollar hitting your bank account and knowing that you made that happen. Okay, so I want you to be one of those few people that are taking advantage of this, because not many people are doing it. All right, just click the link and I'll see you on the inside.
I couldn't believe it. I was shocked.
We've got Megan here, Megan Walsh.
I'm just waiting for them to be done. How are you?
This is my good friend, Lady Justice.
Hi,
Hey.
hi, how are you?
Also known as
Thanks for coming out.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you. Hi, how are you?
Very good.
Good. What's your name?
I'm Colton. I'm with Georgia Accountability Patrol.
Nice to meet
I'm
you.
down from Atlanta.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming.
You're very welcome.
And we could have got more people, but you know, with the short notice and the way they kept switching the times, and but a lot of our people are on the east,
West
West Coast of Florida.
Yeah.
Not all. We got people all over the country.
Thank you.
Hear about problems like this.
Hey,
And
guys.
Good to find you in person.
Yeah, so nice to meet you finally. Thank you for all your support. Me too, but you know, it's God's plan, and I have faith. Me too. We know the truth, and I have faith. I think the country needs to see this.
And you said your lawyer recused herself?
She filed to recuse herself.
So it's up to the judge now.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see. I've never been through any of these situations before, no criminal record, and I'm new to all this. It's been severe abuse and terror. Yeah, they haven't followed the law once. You know, they never did an investigation required by law. The TICO was fraudulent for the baby. It's wretched. No law says that a mother and a child should be separated.
I mean, pets.
Yeah, we don't do this to pets.
We don't do this to pets. It's not healthy at all. I really feel that they're exposing that these situations and what they're doing across this country is not in the best interest of our children. And we really need to be starting to ask and look at where the money is going, what the motives are, what's incentivizing this, and we need to put an end to it. There are better ways to do this. We're not here to fight. We're not here to have an opposition. These people should be stepping up with us.
Yes. The law should be on our side, but we're not.
Protect and serve. Protect and serve.
And you said your children aren't interested in custody of this child.
My parents, yeah.
Your parents,
They're
yeah.
on vacation. That they said was a family tradition that is theirs, not ours. And they took my children. The courts granted it, justifying that a Zoom visit with a 2-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 9-year-old were just the same as in-person bi-weekly visits together. They promised us the whole way through that they were going to return the children, and have said that I was not complying when I've done every single thing they have asked me to do, except for a half of a parental capacity evaluation I have left to do that's still scheduled. So it's just, it's terrifying.
And
we
you
need to
believe
do
all
it.
this started because you started asking questions about your brother Adam's death?
It's a very complicated situation. No family is simple. These are family issues, and the system. Unfortunately, my father is very connected. Everyone knows that. My brother's case has been a controversy for 40 years since it happened. I'm sick of being the bad guy and thrown to the fire for questioning and wanting justice for my brother. There are huge holes in it. It's been a controversy for 40 years. And I started speaking about my parents' abuse internally in our family and going no contact as I should. And many people know my father for a public persona, but they don't know his private life. I feel like it's a third world country at this point after living outside and coming back, and it's very sad, and I'm sticking it out here so that we can do what's right.
We're patriots.
Yes,
We're
we
gonna
are.
stand for
Yes,
what's
we
right.
are. And I haven't, I was never political. This is not political for me. And this should be the one thing that unifies us as a body and as a people. And, I've been accused of Trump this and other things that. And, I hope that everyone can start to see, especially the comments online and things. I know the truth. I know the truth. And many people do know the truth.
I speak for myself. I'm not one corrupt.
Yeah.
I'm beyond that, because I know they're all corrupt, to be honest, in my humble opinion.
Yes. Unfortunately. And we're asking for that not to be the case.
That's all we're asking for.
That's it.
That's what me and my fellow activists are constantly doing with the police. Just wanting to do things like what we're doing right here, doing this interview on public property. I mean, we've been to jail.
We have a
for
right
that.
to be here.
Yes,
Yeah.
we do.
And I think we need to get going
Yes,
through
we do.
security
Yes,
and
yes,
stuff
yes,
like
we do.
that.
Yeah,
So let's get up.
will they let us go in without the cameras in the room with you?
They should. I mean, we're going to see. We did it last time,
we
and if
get-
they need us to leave, we leave.
Do we get the cameras to?
You're gonna have to turn your phones off. They
Just cut them off?
took the
Okay.
phones
That's
last.
fine, that's fine.
Just,
Okay, guys,
trying to
we're
be
gonna-
candid because the Hi, Megan, I see you later. God bless.
She's gonna get this baby back today.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
She's a loving, kind mother. Thanks to all these people that are here.
We're just doing a video with them.
Okay, we got to go through security because it starts in 15 minutes.
All right.
So, and it should be a public hearing. So we
Okay,
should
we hope
be
so.
going.
Yeah, we didn't know what happened last time.
We're gonna put on cameras.
And if it's not, they'll let us know.
I'm glad you got this.
How are you? I'm feeling fine. I mean, as best as can be, right?
What's going on today?
It's a shelter petition for the baby, and by law, they should not be removing and separating and bonding babies with mothers. There's no law that supports that, and I don't know anyone in their right mind that would support that. So, there was never an original investigation to begin with, the original CEDAW order, and DCF hasn't followed the law one time on this. So it's time for the children to come forward. But, we're going to see what happens.
When you say children, all your children?
They all need to go home. This is done. This is fraud. If people cannot see what this is at this point, then we need a lot more hope to be given.
Are you, do you have a lawyer, or are you going to be representing
My
yourself?
lawyer motioned to recuse herself last night, yesterday sometime.
So what does that
I
mean?
don't know. I don't know. I know, we're going. So we're going to see what that. Okay.
We're going to head into the courtroom with Megan Walsh.
I need to keep my baby with me.
We will have to end this stream most likely in order to get in to the courtroom. I will be making note and reporting back to you all everything that goes on behind the scenes. if in fact we cannot take our cameras in, and I don't think we're going to be able to. This is Lady Justice, Liberty Press. Giddy up.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's wretched. And I don't think this whole country realizes what's going on because they.
Let this soft mineral melt in your mouth to rebuild your gums and teeth, and never need a dentist again. People are fixing their receding gums, decaying teeth, gingivitis, and tooth infections all by letting this special mineral melt in their mouth every morning. Maverick Dr. Drew Sutton has just discovered this powerful sweet mineral that can regrow your teeth and gums almost overnight. How is this possible? This mineral contains special microscopic healing ingredients that reach deep inside the gum pockets and in between all your teeth, something not possible until now. This method is 10 times more effective than any existing solution, which means you may never have to step foot into a dentist office ever again, as this can easily be done from home at your kitchen table. The crazy part is it only takes a few seconds to do and immediately starts restoring years' worth of damaged receding gums and decaying teeth in just a matter of days. So if you are still struggling with bleeding or receding gums, gingivitis, gum infections, toothaches or decay, bad breath, or any type of periodontal issue, then this discovery could save your life. I urge you to stop everything you're doing and click the link below to watch a short, free special video that'll show you exactly how you can start using this method today. If it's already worked for 34,232 people, then it can surely work for you too. Even if you've been fighting decay and inflammation for 5, 10, or even 20 years. Imagine, no more awful metallic blood taste in your mouth, no more throbbing tooth pain, and best of all, never having to step foot into a dental office ever again. The billion-dollar dental industry does not want you to see this video and discover the fastest, most powerful gum and teeth rejuvenating secret on the planet. Click the link below and watch it before it's too late. Click it now as it will disappear in just a few seconds.
But we ain't at war no more. I know who Orel is. I know what he did. And I know what we did. And I know you, Neek, too. And I'm trying to make sure that when Neek come home, and I hear it's gonna be soon, he ain't got shit to come home to.
Hey, darling. You've got a smile on your face.
I do. I do. We're winning.
Oh, good. Good. This is.
The judge just said I was too, that I was ahead of everybody else.
Oh.
That's amazing. I'm so happy.
This day we were so happy because she got an extension for 1 month.
God is good. God is good.
And now it's been moved till tomorrow and the next day.
Yeah.
Yeah, the babies are good. I love you so much. Thank you.
Is actually.
Hey, Dr. Sean Berry.
It's so good.
It's fabulous seeing
They're
y'all in here.
trying, and to see their depravity in there and just their hunger for the timelines and get this done and the money, and they're talking about the contracts. I mean, it is out in the open, you all.
Awesome.
It is out, and I have gotten it all on record.
Great.
What did I say today?
Yeah.
I know. God wins.
God wins. He always does. He always does. He always does. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all.
You're very
Yeah.
welcome. Yes.
They are hurrying to get this trial done to get the kids back. I know they are.
Hey guys, it's American Amy. As some of you know, I have been trying to bring attention to the case of Megan Walsh. Unfortunately, her children have been removed. Guys, we need to be there to support Megan if you can on August 10th and August 11th. 9 a.m. is court. We'll try to get there at 8:45. Excuse me. The address is Indian River Courthouse. It's at 2016th Avenue in Vero Beach, Florida. Again, that is the Indian River County Courthouse. Come meet me and some other activists, and let's stand and support Megan and her children. We're asking for peaceful protests, please.
I wasn't there. I don't know anything about the
Well, why don't you guys leave it up to DCF? I just talked to
DCF
Tiffany.
is right here.
I understand, but I talked to Tiffany, the CPI. And she said that we can, I said, please let's work together. And you all have an obligation by law to keep us together, offer services, come in the home, do whatever. But by law, they are supposed to first and foremost, family first.
You know, if you're doing what's right, then you don't have fear about that kind of stuff. I've had to walk into this with all my dad's buddies and all of this kind of thing, and I have to walk in there like Gideon, you know, it's just, it's incredible, so.
Yeah, we gotta keep the Freemasons simple.
Yeah.
Thank you. Do they have your information?
Because that's a part of our problem is the Freemasons. These ladies, can you tell us why you're here today? You're in support of. And oh yeah, why are you here today? Megan Walsh, yes, and all the children that are being illegally taken, right? And you?
I'm here for Megan Walsh, and I'm here for saving the children, which is so important. Our children are our future, and if we can't fight for them, then we have nothing left.
I agree with you. Thank you so much. Thank you guys for standing behind Megan. I know you have been for a long time, and it's appreciated. Standing up for all the children. I know you've been working on that for a while. I know you're working on things, and we appreciate you guys. Thank you. Okay.
I've been getting paid $1,000 a month, if not more, just from this app on my phone. And I don't know if you can see this, but it's called Audible. Okay, so I'm going to show you right here. I have a check from Audible. This is for $1,100. This one's for $1,100 again. And then this one is $1,200. Every month I am getting paid by Audible. For those of you that don't know what Audible is, it's actually a child company of Amazon, which is one of the largest marketplaces in the world. So Audible is where people normally buy and sell audiobooks and podcasts. And the first time I learned about this was 3 years ago from Christian.
Hey, darling. You've got a smile on your face.
I do. I do. We're winning.
Oh, good. Good. This is good news.
The judge just said I was too, but I was ahead of everybody else.
Oh.
That's amazing. I'm so happy for you. We're all so happy.
They moved the trial back to July.
God is good. God is good.
God is good.
God is good.
God is good.
Hug your friends.
God is so good.
Yeah, I knew that smile was different.
Yeah.
This is beautiful.
Yeah, the babies are
good. Progress.
I love you so much.
Her name is actually.
Hey, Dr. Sean Berry. Fabulous seeing y'all in here.
And to see their depravity in there and just their hunger for the timelines and get this done and the money, and they're talking about the contracts. I mean, it is out in the open, you all.
Awesome.
It is out. And I have gotten it all.
Great.
What did I say today?
Yeah.
I know. God wins. God wins. He always does.
He always does. He always does.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all.
You're very welcome. Yes.
They are hurrying to get this trial done to get the kids back. I know they are.
Hey guys, it's American Amy. As some of you know, I have been trying to bring attention to the case of Megan Walsh. Unfortunately, her children have been removed. Guys, we need to be there to support Megan if you can on August 10th and August 11th. 9 a.m. is court. We'll try to get there at 8:45. Excuse me. The address is Indian River Courthouse. It's at 2016th Avenue in Vero Beach, Florida. Again, that is the Indian River County Courthouse. Come meet me and some other activists, and let's stand and support Megan and her children. We're asking for peaceful protests, please.
I wasn't there. I don't know anything about the case. Well, why don't you guys leave it up to DCF? I just talked to Tiffany.
Is right here.
I understand, but I talked to Tiffany, the CPI, and she said that we can. I said, please, let's work together. And you all have an obligation by law to keep us together, offer services, come in the home, do whatever. But by law, they are supposed to first and foremost, family first.
You know, if you're doing what's right, then you don't have fear about that kind of stuff. I've had to walk into this with all my dad's buddies and all of this kind of thing, and I have to walk in there like Gideon, you know, it's incredible, so.
Yeah, we gotta keep the Freemasons and
Yeah.
Do they have your?
Because that's a part of our problem is the Freemasons. These ladies, can you tell us why you're here today? You're in support of. And, oh yeah, why are you here today?
I'm here in support of
Megan Walsh, yes, and all the children that are being illegally taken, right? And you?
I'm here for Megan Walsh, and I'm here for saving the children, which is so important. Our children are our future, and if we can't fight for them, then we have nothing left.
I agree with you. Thank you so much. Thank you guys for standing behind Megan. I know you have been for a long time, and it's appreciated. Standing up for all the children. I know you've been working on that for a while. I know you're working on things, and we appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. To support. Hey Heather, hey everybody, thank you so much for being here, and thank you to George for sending me the gimbal. I wasn't sure that was him on here, so I was scared to say his name out loud. And so thank you, George Ward. Oh, that's his new channel name, guys. Mr. Bean and Jay. That's his new channel. That's his dog, Mr. Beans. Okay, so anybody is at the to my dying day. Not do a countdown. All right, we're going straight into it, guys. Okay, hi, American Amy here with Miss LadyJusticeLibertyPress, and we got a special guest tonight, Miss Walsh. Hi, everybody say hi. And we want to thank.
Hi, everybody.
Okay, so okay, so I'm going to play just one short clip of the day. It's sad, but it's short, and then we're going to start talking and learning a small amount about Megan, and then about what she's going through right now as a mother that has unfortunately lost custody of all 4 of her children through no fault of her own, in my opinion. Okay, so let's watch this real short video. This was taken inside the home today. A lot of you might not have found that the baby was taken, and it's just so sad because she's okay. If I knock off by any chance, do not leave. I'll be right back. Sometimes when I start pushing buttons, things get a little dangerous. Okay, so we're going to share the screen. And it's going to be this one. And we're going to share this. Everybody can see this, I hope. Nope. I'm in the wrong place. Give me a second, guys. Hold on. It's me. It's me. Okay. One more time. I hit the wrong button. I want to view this on YouTube. There we go.
Spoken the truth. This is
It's
not
coming.
okay. Please work with us. You can come over right
Well, we can hear it, but we can't see it. Sorry.
We're good. We was good, Amy.
You can see?
We could, but not now.
Oh, okay. Well, we're going to try one more time, guys. This is a short video. I just think it's important because it shows. Hold on. We'll get it right, guys. And then we're going to go. Okay, share. Okay, share screen. Okay, so y'all can see it, right? And we're going to go back to the
Yes,
beginning.
Amy, we can see it.
Okay, and here we go.
This is not okay. Please work with us. You can come over right now and we can make arrangements. This baby needs to stay with me or be with people that I know. We can. But right now, that baby has to go with DCF. Tiffany, do not separate a 5-day-old baby from a mother. There is a court order. Well, you guys should have never pursued that. You told me you were going to talk to me today. This is so sneaky. This is not okay. All right, Megan. So if you want to meet next week, we can. Or if somebody wants a home study, you can let us know. But I'm getting off here, okay? Thank you.
I mean, that's sad. That's sad. That's terrible. And as you can see, Meg was asking them, they could come to her right then. She had nothing to hide, but instead they sent the cops. So, okay, Megan, real quick, let's tell people, you know, I know some people are aware of the fact that your father is the famous John Walsh from America's Most Wanted. So if you could just tell us a small amount about your childhood, what it was like growing up, you know, with your family, and then we'll move on to what you did when you were a little older, you know, what your life's been like, you know, just a little bit.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you, ladies, so much. And I want to thank everyone for, you know, joining and following this story and this issue. Again, like I've always said, this is a much larger issue than just this situation. This is a national issue. And we really want people to recognize that, and hopefully we can, you know, further explain and expose how that actually is a reality, unfortunately, for us. Yes, my father is John Walsh from America's Most Wanted and In Pursuit with John Walsh and other shows in between that. Sorry, it's so hard to watch that. You know, that whole day, and I know it was for many, but sadly, you know, this has been again going on across our country. You know, at every minute that we're even talking, this is happening across our country, and people do need to see that, and we do have to face, you know, what the reality of this is. So, you know, of course, growing up for me, we'll get into that. You know, growing up was, you know, an interesting thing. I don't think people really realize what the reality of that was growing up in the position that I was, given the work that my father did and the affiliations that he had and the involvement. I did grow up, you know, what I thought was very blessed, and of course to the outside public is very privileged, and, you know, a celebrity's child and things like that. I absolutely understand that. And I understand, you know, how people have looked at my father and viewed my father. I adored my father for my entire life, you know, of course, until these horrific things, which again, I still love them. I forgive my parents. I honor my parents, and I know that people are having a hard time with that. You know, oh, well, they're doing all of this, there must be more to it if she says she still loves her parents and things like that. But, you know, I did grow up adoring my parents and you know, knowing and being told the narrative, or, you know, what everyone else was told across this country, I should say. I grew up with aliases and bodyguards. My own father, and I believe it was 2019, his speech in front of the Department of Justice, even
revealed how there was a hit on my life put out by NAMBLA, which is the North American Man Boy Lovers Association, before I was even a year old. So, you know, I don't really talk a lot about it, but, you know, to paint a picture of growing up, getting bomb threats, death threats, having aliases, having bodyguards follow you to the bathroom, and, you know, looking at your parents to see, you know, do I tell this person the truth, or do I tell them we live in Washington, D.C.? You know, things like that was really how I was brought up. You know, we would have to stand in the hallways, exit aisles, and while the bodyguards went into the hotel rooms or anywhere that we were staying, and search, you know, to make sure that it was safe. And, you know, it was a very wild, you know, upbringing, but when you're in it, you think that this is normal, or this is the sacrifice that your family makes
Well,
for
so
the work that we're doing.
right. So you know, and you believe it's definitely for a good cause, and that's the life you know. And I do believe some good things probably did come from your father's work. And I know you love your parents. Most children do love their parents, even if they have been abused, whether it be emotionally, physically, or in this way. I don't know what you call this, when they take everything from you. But can you tell us a little bit about, you know, as you got into adult, I know you always have been working for children and families, but, you know, can you tell us a little bit about what you've done as a professional?
Yeah, thank you, Amy. I mean, I know it's a lot about John Walsh and, you know, CPS and all of these things, but I really appreciate that people have started to ask, you know, what about Megan? What's Megan about? What was her past? You know, that's really what got me into this, starting to question what was my parents' past, and what were my parents about when these types of things happen to people, you know. For me, you know, growing up, you know, of course, communications and being in media and all of that was heavily pushed. I have always been an artist at heart, and really always, you know, about my family and things like that. So for me, I went into art and into graphic design, fashion. People can, you know, many people know of my past work within fashion. I had a clothing line that I developed myself, and moved to India to set up distribution and production for. It was called Blank Silk by Megan Walsh. It was all beautiful couture women's wear made out of silk. And then from there, I went into music, where I wrote and sang and produced my own EP, and that's what people have seen me performing at LA Fashion Week with clothing. I did that in Miami. New York Fashion Week is where I launched. I had a big career. I was doing deals with Neiman Marcus and arranging that Isetan in Japan, and things of that nature. And then at a certain point, after I had my son, who many know is with the best friend of, and childhood and current best friend of Kanye West, after being, you know, growing up and being born into the industry on Capitol Hill, going into Hollywood, being between fashion, music, art, entertainment, politics, you know, I really decided and realized that, you know, my main thing is being a mother. I really want to be a mother. I want to help the community. I had been shopped around by my parents since I was about 8 years old to therapists for a diagnosis. And, you know, through that, I do feel blessed by God that I was able to turn those situations into healing for myself, and to really be able to find therapists that, you know, weren't just hired by my parents later in life, and to be able to go into that field and be trained and, you know, meet other people like me that really had a heart for others, you know, for trauma, for, you know, the hardships of life, that really become our greatest life directors, is always what I've, you know, tried to tell any clients or anyone that I worked with, any family. So leaving the industry and all of that, went into, you know, life coaching, specializing in trauma and different things like that. And started developing a family learning farm in my inheritance. And I'm not going to be shamed for being born to who I was born to. There are many ups and downs and, you know, the grass is always greener for anybody. You know, that's a big thing that we hopefully ladies will get to talk about in the future, once all this logistical ugly stuff is over, you know, because there is great hope and great learning and great things ahead for all of us. And I don't mean to talk around issues or direct questions, but this picture is large. You know, we ladies, we know that, and this picture is large. And you know, just going into that and really being a part of the community and being a part of sacred birthing and parenting, and you know, getting back to the church and Christ and all that was just such a wonderful place to be. And throughout that, as I mentioned, being able to find my own therapist and being able to find support that wasn't just a paid check, you know, it wasn't just for a diagnosis by my parents hiring. They actually started pointing out, and through my own study and training, started realizing what you ladies just said. You know, I don't know what we would call that, but unfortunately it's a term and an issue that has really been played out in the public, so that we become very desensitized to it, and that's narcissistic abuse.
And not just what's going on now, which, like you said, I think this has been going on your whole life. But even if your parents had the best of intentions, just being in the situation y'all were in, not only were you kind of like almost celebrities, but you were also in a dangerous situation too. So that in itself, even if your parents had the best of intentions, had to have its own traumas. But hey, everybody's life's different. We all have ups and downs. We're all born with our own cross to bear, right? But that you could handle, right? You grew up, you've been working, you went to school, you made your own fashion line. I didn't know you sung. Okay, I didn't know that. Did you? Well, you just didn't know. And now, so there come a time, I guess, you got interested and you wanted to know more, because Adam's case has always been controversial, correct? I mean, you knew that growing up even, right? I mean, I know you probably shielded from a lot of it, but you probably, it's like, I don't know. And then you get to a certain point, I guess, having children of your own too. I know once you have children of your own, that changes a lot of people, you know how it is. Once you're mommy or daddy, you know, then it's different. It's different because you know. Okay, so, and then you started like trying to look into his death more, or his disappearance, let's call it at this point, because there's questions surrounding that. And I will not ask you to get into that, but I will ask you to tell people how your troubles first began with using like the first custody of your first 3 babies.
Yeah, thank you, Amy. You know, again, as you've said, which, you know, we've on these interviews, we try to get to the main points. There's, again, so much to the story, and, you know, I hate even having to lay it on everybody and have people have to grasp it. But, you know, again, this was a thing that had been ongoing. And, you know, again, after realizing kind of the narcissistic abuse and what that was and how that was manifesting, or, you know, moving through my family and my situation with my parents, it really led me to start speaking up. And I did see how it was affecting my children and I, and really alienating us, you know, with the cake and cookies and mansions and all of that, when I really wanted a normal life for my children. I did not want my children to grow up as I did. And when, you know, people are part of abuse or different situations growing up, they usually either become like that or they become the opposite and vow, you know, that they will not do that. And, you know, for me, that was a very important part of having children and being a mother. So this was really an issue between my parents that had led up to this. I never, ladies and everyone listening, I never expected for a million years that it would get to this point. That this would be how they would retaliate or try to break or silence me. I did start looking into my brother's case and his files, because he's my brother. I've wondered and I've loved and adored my brother Adam since I was born. And, you know, now looking back at everything and the life that my parents were living. I mean, that is really the root of this. My father has a reputation to uphold. He has a very powerful reputation, and I understand that. But also, people don't understand the difference or think about the difference between a public persona and a private life.
Yeah, can I interrupt you real quick? Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, your dad, was it like it's different when the camera's on than when you're at home? Is it like, was there like John Walsh the person and John Walsh the star or whatever? Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
he's one person, so you know the personality or the tone and things like that. But yes, it very much changes. Not as much as my mom's does. My mom is really, you know, there's a lot of focus on my dad in this situation because of who he is, because people know him. But, you know, my mother is, you know, really in the background behind all of this, sadly. And she has been my main abuser, covert narcissistic abuse, for the majority of my life, and has always threatened her money, you know, over me. And then I would, you know, bring it up to my father, and he would completely gaslight me and say, you know, oh, that's crazy, that would never happen, you know, she just must have been upset. We tell you every day what an amazing mother you are. You know, I even have messages of him telling me, you know, oh, she's agreed to get help. I'm really hoping that
about your mom, right?
This is helping her and things will get better.
About your mother?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, about my mother.
Because you do believe she has.
Yeah, and that's really what I was saying.
To be treated.
Sorry.
You think she may have some
yes.
mental issues
and, you know,
that need to be treated?
I was trying to humbly say, yeah.
Let's all get
I was
help
trying
as a
to
family.
humbly say, like, you know, there's understandable trauma, you all, like, you're older, let's take time and you all get help finally, instead of pushing it off on everybody else. You know, instead of shopping your daughter to therapists, you should have been going to therapy for your understandable trauma. If you lost your child and he was kidnapped and murdered, that's valid, you know, and that would have long-standing effects, you know, and affect any children that you had after that, or any family. So I was really trying to speak to my parents. I got my dad to go to church one time and meet us, and, you know, was saying there's grief counselors, there's support, you have support. This isn't a bad thing whatsoever, but my children and I cannot participate with you all until you get help. You know, you're abusing me in front of my children. You're starting to get short with them and, you know, hit them and do little things. And it was not okay. And at that point, once I realized and started speaking up about the abuse, I did stop contact. I kept talking with them because I loved them and I wanted to make it better. But I had worked really hard to be at a place, you know, I have been the mother and father for my children their entire lives. And no matter where I got it from or what I had to deal with, my children were beautifully provided for. They knew nothing about abuse. They knew nothing about neglect or, you know, not having, going without. Nothing. But it was a modest life, you know. I was home. I cooked my children's meals. Yes, I had a nanny.
So you were living the life you wanted. That's the life you wanted. That's the mom you wanted to be. So when did it start crashing? When were the kids, you know,
when I started going no contact and saying you all need to get help and you need to take responsibility, that's when things started going downhill. And at the same time, I was researching my brother's case and I was looking into it, and we were in a global pandemic, you know, where people were looking into things and questioning things, you know. And again, like you wonderfully said, thank you for pointing it out, my brother's case has been controversial for 40 years. 40 years. I'm not the one starting to question anything.
Yeah, you're not the first person. And then when people see like that globe thing, they'll be like, oh, that's the globe. People, back in the day, I don't know much about the globe. Yeah, it was seen as a tabloid, but look at the mainstream news. We all know what the mainstream news is today. It's nothing but talking heads fed a script and a narrative. So Who knows? Yeah, a lot of this shit in those magazines probably was nothing but crap, but a lot of it was probably stuff now that mainstream media won't touch, you know, and that's what's happening with her case. The only people that would touch it is independent journalists like us and plenty of others. They're not the only ones. There's others, and there's plenty of people sharing. And of course, we want to thank you all. So many of you have been sharing, and so many people on all over the internet's been sharing. I've been screaming about this for months. She's been screaming about it, and we're finally getting attention on it. Okay, go ahead, Megan.
Yeah.
Tell us.
Yeah.
This is your time.
No,
Tell
and
us,
just
you know,
to that,
anything
you know,
want
I
to
think
tell us.
that well, that's a big thing about media, a big point that you make. We're all facing this, you know, this issue right now and questioning. And for those that want to, I know there's a lot of people that would rather stay in the dark, but you know, that was another thing that started questioning things and even got me to look into my brother's case, because my best friend was groomed and trafficked out of the Finger Lakes in New York. And I watched my father sadly make up, and you guys, I would have never come forward with any of this stuff. Again, I was trying to talk with my parents and handle it as a family issue and everything, and then you take my children and my life and have harassed and terrorized us for over a year. That doesn't exactly indicate innocence, you know, when I'm asking questions. So, you know, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought.
No, it's
there for a
okay.
second.
I do that all the time. It's anytime you try to bring something to the light, and you're right, during the pandemic, a lot of people did start researching, and I did see a lot of things come to light during that time. And we seen the Free Britney movement. And then when I met you, well, even before I met you, when I heard about your case, I'm like, this is like the same thing. But have we got that kind of attention on it yet? Not yet. But we're working on it. And I did reach out. I just now thought to reach out to some of the people on Twitter that were instrumental in the Free Britney movement. And I've got some of them interested now. So,
awesome. Yeah.
Good, yeah.
I mean, this goes hand in hand, actually. You know, hers is a family court situation. And, you know, mine with the conservatorship, I mean, people don't realize that that is my parents' ultimate goal. I'm sorry, before I did remember what we were saying, I was saying about my friend that was trafficked.
Yeah, let's take her name real quick, because people will
her
want to
name is
research it.
Lindsay Harris. Her name was Lindsay Harris, and I would like justice for her. I watched my father and his television producers and everything create a narrative about her that, again, was a very defamatory narrative to really fit ratings and to fit you know, a dramatization of something, you know, for viewing. And that was something that even when I was in college, when this happened, I remember in front of her own parents, grieving parents, had a whole encounter, you know, argument with my father, and said, you know, you are making up these narratives. When Epstein came out, they did her case again and profiled it. I mean, this was years later, but it fit, you know, for ratings.
You've got an echo. Excuse me, we've got a little echo going on, and I'm not sure from where.
Maybe
I'm sorry.
me? No, it's okay. Let's see. Is it when I talk?
You don't have YouTube on, do you?
No.
No, I don't hear echo. Okay, does chat hear echo? Let us know, guys.
Well, we're skipping around a little bit. I did want to.
Yeah.
It's okay?
I think we're okay.
Before we get on to other stuff, I wanted to address the Globe and the media and stuff like
that.
Yeah,
definitely. Go ahead.
This is that, you know, yes, it is a Globe cover. The Inquirer actually asked me for an exclusive. Project Veritas has asked me for an exclusive. I have turned all exclusives down. I am not looking for someone to put out the narrative about this story, and I'm not looking to be censored about it whatsoever. And I have, again, grown up in media. I know how this works. I might not know everything, but I know how this works. And, you know, the Globe cover and everything, I thought that was really interesting, because for people to doubt that, especially when I even posted it, I grew up with him. You know, like that was another thing.
I think that's why you posted it, because it was familiar to it. It made sense to you.
I grew up answering, you know, girlfriends on the phone, like catching my dad on the phone with girlfriends. My dad went and is on Larry King himself saying how he was a sex addict. addict and apologizing. I mean, I was at my own home the day that he kept us all from school when that Globe cover was released, and my mother's friends all went around town and tried to buy and make sure they bought every single one that they could find so that people in the town wouldn't find out about it. So, you know, it's just very interesting. I'll say in grace that people think that because they see someone on TV for even 20 years or they shake their hand or something like that, that they know them and they'll actually like viciously defend them and shame victims and, you know, things like that. I think that that's a big notion that we should all start looking at and asking ourselves maybe through this and through many other things going on, you know, in our world and in our country. So anyways, you know, my background and all of that, again, we're skipping around, but to not
okay.
get off of where we were going, you know, I've worked my entire life, and, you know, I was always in things that were building a career, not just getting a job. And my parents were well off, and they, you know, said, while you're in school, we will support you. While you're working towards a career, we will support you and the children. That's what family does. And that's what I trusted, until realizing that, you know, we all have different perspectives on what help is to others, what our intentions are behind that. And, you know, sadly, you know, when in people's views, I don't want to put it on everyone else, but what I've found and what many have found about my parents and many in their position like them is that, you know, if you are paying or you are helping or you're whatever we're calling it, then you feel that you own that person, you own those children, you know. And
Oh, yeah, that's not right.
My parents don't own us, you know.
No, you don't even own them. They're your children, but nobody owns another human being. But they are your responsibility, and they should be with you. Yes, and that's our goal. Not only to get her children back, but it goes deep. But right now we're focusing on Megan's story. But eventually, our goal is to get her kids, and then start getting everybody's kids we can get, because we're tired of them taking.
Yeah, I
was
an advocate. I mean. A
sorry.
lot of people don't know that also, that I was an advocate fighting the corruption within CPS, family courts, and I mean, even law enforcement, wherever that extends. And it's not a fight. We should all be on the same side about this. If something is not being done the way that it should be and is clearly decided that it should be that way, especially through law, then there should be complete transparency. There should be no fight, because we should all be on the side of what is best. We're all on the same side. These people, you go and take off your uniform, you go take off your judge's cloak. You know, I chose a different profession than you did. You know, that doesn't make you have more value or more power over anybody else.
I'm sorry, I was muted. Definitely, yes. And okay, so
speaking of muted, how about the body cam footage?
The body cams, yes. And
police body cam footage should not be allowed to be muted. We should all have a huge issue with this, and that should show extreme guilt. Again, on what I was just saying, if we're doing what we're supposed to do and we're such good public servants, yeah, why are we muting?
Why do we gotta hide?
I'm not talking about phone numbers and addresses. I'm talking about conversations.
Oh, those they often send. Yeah, they often send the cams out with the people's personal info. It's us that edits that out usually. Sometimes they'll edit it out, but not always. Okay, but they'll mute. And that's something that we've got to all get together on too. And it's got to be stopped. It's got to be. Some departments it is against policy, but it needs to be a law, because they're really, you know, that's one reason it's so important that citizens take their own photography. That's why we do the activism that we generally do, and that is film the police, because it's transparency. If you don't have nothing to hide, you have no problem being on a camera, and ours don't get muted and deleted.
Amen.
Yeah. So now I know, like, the day we went to court, you know, they were starting to terminate your rights on your older 3 children that day. Luckily, they gave you an extension that day. That's why you were so happy. I know that's a victory, but hey, once they do that, that can be a big problem. I don't want to get too much into her case, but that's once that happens, I guess her parents are going to go to adopt those three babies, and your small newborn. I don't know if they're going to try to adopt her or not. I have no idea. She's just with DCF right now.
That's the thing too. I mean, this is at this point, everyone should see through this situation. This is very textbook. It's happening all over our country, not just within CPS, but within domestic violence situations and domestic issues. Really targeting women and their children and weaponizing their children, weaponizing beliefs or medical freedoms, religious, ideologies, whatever you want, that's really being weaponized. And this is something that is happening across our country. Florida is one of the top states for guardianship and conservatorship fraud as well. And you mentioned Britney Spears earlier, and, a big thing, I was really encouraged that people knew about that and started actually paying attention to her story, because sadly it's not just about family court and all of this mental illness. All these accusations are used in these abusive situations, familial abuse situations. And really, in my situation, you can replace everyone in Britney's situation, all of those names and the positions and the players that they're in. You can literally replace the names with people in my situation. And adopting my children for guardianship fraud. Also, Florida has no grandparent rights, so this also is a big incentive.
That is a fact. That is
yes.
a fact.
Yes.
They do not recognize grandparents no more than they do somebody off the side of the road.
Right.
So I don't know why hers are getting so much, and why. And another thing we've seen wrong with those body cams too is DCF. Police or sheriffs are supposed to back DCF up. Mike, the cop, came in there with intention. He was fixing to ram the door down. First of all, I'm not even sure if they had a warrant to get inside the house. I know they had one to take your child, but that don't mean they had the right to go inside the house, especially if you guys were willing to come out. But we can get into the legalities later. It was just horrible. That's just not how business is supposed to be done. It's not legal. And
it's dangerous. After seeing what was going on outside of that house with Dilks, I mean, he's already nationally known for being a racist on TikTok. I mean, that's the level we're working with here. He is the sheriff's best friend who, again, people are, why are they your kids? What's going on? My dad endorsed the sheriff and got him in. I mean, this is my dad's been
the judge. And the judge, I'm sorry, is an ex-sheriff, right? He's one of them.
The judge was with the sheriff's department and trained and worked for 16 years. So, and then left and went into, he became a criminal defense attorney and all of this, which he wasn't even the original judge. They suddenly put him, they have changed out all the players throughout this past year, all of that. But the original judge, I want to address this for people who are saying, oh, there has to be a reason why they took her children and everything. Well, I would actually like to point out that through my trial, on court documents and records, which again, I cannot be disclosing a lot of it. I do skirt around it because I want my children to be kept safe. And this is an active, confidential case that's going on. I mean, people are like, oh, well, she's not disclosing, she's skirting around things. No, I'm not going to disclose and jeopardize my case or my children or myself. So, we all know what the accusations are. There's plenty of things, mental illness, drug abuse, criminal, all of this stuff piled on one. And again, this is a playbook that people are using. You could get mad at your neighbor right now and call DCF and it would ruin their lives. And people know that.
And there's also conservatorships. There are professional conservators here in Florida and in California, and they will just show up. They'll got the paperwork and show up at older folks' home, and they done got everything. It's done been given.
Our veterans, our elderly, and our children are being absolutely taken advantage of. They are being abused, neglected. It's horrible. And my parents, through this also, a lot of wealthier parents will do this to their children and with their grandchildren, because also it will supplement the adoption fees, and the adoption incentives will supplement their retirement. Yeah. And
Lots of
it's kids for
corruption.
cash. And I'm sorry.
And I'm sorry, lots of corruption. And then anytime when family court's involved, I say it all the time. If you watch Susan Bassey out in California, she says, "Oh, it's a sham. Family court's a sham. Even child support. If you have a child, you should look into that. That's a contract you don't have to sign. I'm not saying don't support your children. Support them your way, not the government. But once they've got you in that contract, you're in it. So that's something if I advise parents to research, man, before you get into that child support contract. I'm not saying don't take care of your kids, but you don't have to do it through the state. You can do it yourself.
Yes. There are better ways. I've always said this is my motto. There are better ways. No one is saying that these aren't issues. No one is living in la la land or going to an extreme. These are real things. We need the masses to understand from this perspective as far as how these things are happening. Children being taken, how it does become generational and then enables the prison system. How family court is being used with child support and ruining families. I mean, there's just so many issues that this needs truly to be restarted from the bottom up. I'm not about the reform thing. I'm not about taking something. This is systemic at this point, and we have a lot of great people who want to do better, who want to truly help children, who want to truly create something. And what my point is there is that this is up to the parents and the community. This is up to us as the people, not the government. I do not parent with the government. I know many people agree with me on that, and we really need to be nurturing these children. And really, that's another thing, is there's this huge focus on the children. No, this is about families, and usually these situations of neglect or abuse are adult issues, honestly, financially, domestic, substance abuse, things like that, where we really need to be focusing and putting our federal taxpayer dollars and all of that into resources and support for the parents, not innocent children.
Yeah. Right. And I would like, and there's so many cases that I know with a little bit of, first of all, I know there's cases when there is abuse, they do nothing. There's cases where there might be some struggles, but the family might just need a little bit of help with some education, some supplies, stepping stones to get by. But it's all a mess. Like you said, it needs to be completely redone. And now in the UK, they will I have seen them take people's children, even if you have a minor learning disability. Before your child's even born, they're ready to take it.
Yes. If you aren't perfect, if the child isn't perfect, if you're not agreeing with the mainstream way of raising a child. I mean, in my case, and thank you for saying this, because I want to say this. In my trial, we even took the stance, okay, even if all of this was true, this crazy stuff, even if all of this was true, it was still by law nothing that qualified to remove children. So for everyone wondering out there,
no, there was no abuse allegations at all, right?
On record, by law, proved. And the original judge, this is what kangaroo court this is, okay? And how this is happening. We proved by law that. But the judge actually mocked us at the verdict and said, we find John Walsh and his side, DCF, absolutely credible on nothing but hearsay. And Megan Walsh, I find not credible, and actually mocked that he did not believe that this was a conspiracy against me. So that's how my children were removed, even after finding out, after proving through a trial and on court records that exist and are, again, we don't have them. They're not public knowledge in a DCF, and I haven't gone into details, and I will not. But when everyone knows
the time
that
will come,
my
the truth will
children
come
were
out on
placed
that
with
part.
my parents. What?
Right. And there was no abuse. There was no This was nothing but hearsay based on issues that they claim she has.
Right. And that's the point that I wanted to make on the wider picture for people, is that this is getting very dangerous for anyone, especially if you want to raise your children traditionally, or if you have alternative views about things, which many people do these days. It's promoted in society, and now and then it's used against us. So we have to be very, especially the mental health agenda, this huge push about mental health and everything. We really need to be weary of that. It's not to say that we don't need to all be concerned about mental health and be proactive about that. But again, it's the way it's being presented, the way it can potentially be used against us later. There are huge Cleveland Clinic and many large conglomerates have plans for mental health campuses and things like that. That was another thing that I was researching in my town and speaking out about, that most of my town does not even know about. And they were trying to use the youth to get the funding for a youth mental health facility in our small town.
More drugging of our children.
Yes, and that's the thing, is the main point here is that in the case they didn't prove that anything that they even claimed was by law that gave them the ability to remove my children. So then they moved to, well, we're preventing potential future adverse events. Okay, people, I'm bringing this up because
is this
now they're
pre-crime? Is this the Matrix pre-crime? I mean, not the Matrix. What was that movie where they get you before you the crime?
Yes, and this is John Walsh. This is John Walsh. Everyone looks at this up. He, years ago, has already started that there should be a mental health registry for any gun owners. He's been going after guns. Meanwhile, he's on his property with his rancher friends. They've got 12, stations set up, and they're shooting, everything out there. And he brags about that, but the whole thing is these are agendas. These are, and not to be conspiratorial, it's not conspiratorial. I think people need to look up the definition of conspiracy these days. When more than one people are getting together and they have a plan to do something, or they have a goal, that is called conspiring. That's a conspiracy.
That's a conspiracy.
Like anymore. That's a different thing.
Right. The people that see the conspiracy happening and try to expose it, those people are the people that see truth, and those are truth seekers, and we get called conspiracy theorists. But no, there are conspiracies out there, not just the one that's happening here, not just the one against our children, all over the government, all over the world. There's a global conspiracy. Come on, people.
Yeah.
We all know it. And if you don't know it, ask for the spirit of the discernment, because it's out there.
Amen.
Okay. Yes.
Amen, Amy.
Okay. I'm going to step away for 1 minute. I got to check on something, but keep going. Lady Justice will be right here with you, okay?
Yeah, I mean,
Keep
you know,
going.
I don't know. We really do need to worry about this. And what I was saying, as far as, the predicting the future and predicting doom. And, this was a big thing that I actually grew up with, obviously. When I think there's studies that show, the effects that actually the news and having hours of the news on, actually the effects that it has on you. And my father has grown up, I've grown up with my father for 40 years being in all this, that kind of space with news and crime, and, we've got to get the bad guys and all of this. And, I also really realized not only the push for federalized policing through his narratives and his stories and his work, but also, the whole, we've brought in facial recognition. He's brought in through that. I know many people have argued the unconstitutional aspects of the Adam Walsh Act and a lot of the legislation that the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children put through, as well as their private databases.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I'm glad you mentioned that. I haven't even thought about that. Now, this is what I've said all over the internet. If her dad is involved in any corruption, and I believe this is corruption right here. What I've seen is the mutant of the body cams, the way the officer acts, that's corruption. It's got it all over it.
No matter what the past is with my brother or my dad or anything, what he has done here and what law enforcement is corruption.
People do things and they can change. Just like people for the good, people can change for the bad, especially when you bring in money, power, things like that. And then people with money sometimes get bored too, and they want to get into weird things. But let's get to the center. If he is, let's say, corrupt or in any kind of way, the whole center may be corrupt.
Amy, we've only asked questions. I've only asked questions. I was not there for my brother's taking. I was not involved in the center, which is interesting because I was involved in the center. And then when it came down to me becoming more internally involved, I was very, no, and my brother was getting a job and different things like that. And again, we've only asked questions, but about the center, they say they're a nonprofit, but it's a 501c3, which makes them exempt from Freedom of Information Act, essentially. Their 2019 audit showed $40 million of taxpayer money going to them, and 18 to 20 million from the private sector. With Facebook and Airbnb and different, companies or platforms that have had issues with trafficking or anything like that as their top donors. And then I was getting, this isn't a big thing, I was getting real moms. My friends in society, in our community, were having issues during the pandemic with, predators and their daughters online and different things. And they would call, they'd ask me, I would say, call the hotline. That's what my dad says to do, call the hotline. They would call back weeks later after making the report, and any of the platforms like Facebook, any that were private donors that were reported on, they would call back weeks later, and the National Center would say, oh, we don't have that report. We don't know what you're talking about. And they would just go missing. We found on the National Center for Missing Exploited Children's database that they have 3-week-olds listed as runaways.
Oh, that's crazy.
We've had women come forward, multiple women come forward about how they and their children were listed on the missing exploited database, and they were never missing or exploited. We have a mother who I'm actually good friends with dealing with CPS, in the fight for CPS, Kara, whose son was murdered by the father, and she's still ordered to have her daughter have to get 50-50 custody with this man, when she's even reporting, the daughter herself, the little girl, is reporting the sexual abuse, choking, all of this. And guess what? The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children had hundreds of child porn images off of his computer, gave him back the computer, and did nothing about it. And then his son died. His baby was still alive at that point, still was able to see them. And then the child died at the hospital from injury to actually anal prolapse and injury to that nature, internal injury.
And also, there's a lot of abuse that I don't think some people are starting to come out and tell about it now. There's been a lot of ritual abuse going on for years. A lot of the families, these richer families, and I'm not saying your family, but some of them, they're into it. Some of these Hollywood type figures, they're into this stuff, and it goes on. They'll breed their own children for it. They do not care. These people, and I'm not saying her family, I'm saying there are some people that are so evil in this world that they're doing this kind of stuff. They have been for years, and now a lot of it's come to light.
And people don't realize how you grow up or what the underlying energies or dynamics of this way of life is, and these arenas of people that you're with, and how they view life and how they view other people, and what their activities are. There's always an underlying air of sex or some kind of, and it's glamorized, different things like that. And I was right up in it. I was there. I mean, I was a sucker for a long time, and the fact that we're putting it out, and that's what I was exposing too, was the occult or different, horrible influences within pop culture, and how it targets our children, and how it tricks us, oh, that's no big deal. Oh, the Kardashians, they're silly. Well, guess what? You might think they're silly, but you're not their target. Your children are.
Right. And in Florida, we have Home of Disney, which is a company I'm not very fond of. That's all I'm going to say. But
Yep.
Anything else you want? So do you want to tell? Okay, so with your newest baby, she's beautiful, by the way.
Thank you.
They all are.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
We didn't have an idea this was happening. They knew you were pregnant. They could have let you know, hey, there's gonna be a case. Can you tell people, that was not discussed, or if it was ever discussed, and how they went to court without you that morning?
Yeah, I had found out that DCF had been asking the other workers and supervisors, is Megan pregnant? Does she look pregnant? And this had started when I was only like weeks pregnant. I mean, I barely even knew I was pregnant to get the point across, and they were asking, is she pregnant? Is she pregnant? The people were like, I don't know, like, she doesn't look pregnant. I'm not going to ask if a woman's pregnant. That's a big no-no, whatever. And so they had been asking for months, is my point. Very interesting, how would they know that? How would they question, or even to think to question that? And then they received a couple months before I had her, they received a false report from my father's attorney and my father saying that I was pregnant and that I had the baby. So they sent DC through the neighborhood. This is the Gestapo. Like, they sent DCF into the neighborhood to start knocking on the door. We have video. We've sent it to Governor DeSantis, everything, of them knocking on the doors in the neighborhood, aggressively asking if anyone has seen a pregnant woman. Okay, so hunting me down. They knew the house I was in. They knew where I was. I'm not like, the fact that these people, it's so scary how depraved and how twisted they can make a narrative, an actual situation into a narrative. Like, they even said, like, I had a home birth because I was hiding the baby. I've had home births for every child I've had except for the first one. I've done every single one naturally. So very good for the drug addict narrative, which, by the way, I've tested twice a week, every week for a year. I have done evaluations. I have passed everything. So I'm smiling because to see the depravity of where people want to go in comments, or when they see a situation like this, instead of reflecting and going, oh my gosh, this is obviously a huge issue that I was not aware of. Let me look into this. Let me see. No, we'd rather sit and click and say, oh, what meth? What's on her nose? What's on her face? What, does she have this? Everyone needs to realize I grew up in media. Like, right. I grew up with people.
You know how it works. And it's worse now. It's worse now than it used to be. Because now everybody has to fit the narrative. And if you don't, you're out of a job. And some people, there's people, and the same thing goes with the police, government, these all these organizations. If you try to be a whistleblower, do the right thing, you get out of a job. But you have to decide at some point, what, am I going to do the right thing, or what order won't I follow? Like them taking your baby that day. I couldn't have done that. Okay.
No.
There's some things I just can't do. I couldn't sleep at night. And that one guy, he was gun ho. Mike he couldn't wait to do it. But
that was the whole thing, is that he started this over a year ago on April Fool's Day. He's been the goon to be sent out by his best friend, Eric Flowers, who is then sent, and doing this for John Walsh. This is so lame, to be honest. Like, the fact that this is actually being taken seriously and that they're getting away with this is so scary and so lame. He already has disciplinary. What?
It's very scary, especially when trying to terminate on the first three with a nut. And Eric Flowers is the sheriff, correct? Or the ex-sheriff?
Yes, he's the sheriff. And Dilks is one of his best buddies. And Dilks is already a disciplinary. What?
I'm letting everybody know. He's the one, Mike, the one that wanted to ram the door.
Mike Dilks. You can look him up for his TikTok, his racist TikTok. videos and his disciplinary stuff there. He started this. They even put him in my church the month that they took my children. There was a guy an officer that did the child care forever, all the time. And the month that they did this and took my children, all of a sudden Mike Dilks was sitting in the back of the church as security. I mean,
Wow.
that's how terrorizing. They had flown helicopters from 11 something at night until 1 a.m. the sheriff's department for the last 6 months over my home.
And the night before they took
The
Esther,
night
they
before,
were out there.
they had the deputy, they had them out there sitting all night, shining headlights. I mean, this is the John Walsh fearmonger of America, by the way. My father with the infection and the
Well, hello guys. Is there anybody in here? This is a restream of a restream. In the morning is Megan's hearing, and we've got some people coming down there. Mommy and Minnie and Fuck DSS is going to be there. I don't know who else is going to be there. And of course, I'm supposed to be there. Oh, hey, Gio. Hey, Yin Yang. Hold on 1 second. I'm trying to talk to some people. Hold on, guys. I am in Palm Beach Gardens. Okay, so what I need, if anybody out there, I've looked it up. Mommy and Minnie and them. Hey, Wolverine. Hey, Portrait Former and his subs need investigating. What I need, if anybody out there wants to help or can help, I looked it up. Uber is a little over $100. It's about $110, and they said they'll bring me back. Mommy and Minnie and her old man will bring me, and Fuck DSS, they will bring me back tomorrow. Okay? I'm only a little over an hour away from there. And I've looked up an Uber, and it's a little over $100. So my Cash App is already running across the screen, I believe, is $AmyKohn. That's AmyKohn. And my PayPal is in the description. And I feel like this. I've worked hard on this for 6 months. And if I'm meant to be there tomorrow, so far, every time, God has made a way. And I'm tired. I was supposed to take a nap when I started this. And me and Lady Justice had discussed running this restream so people could get caught up on the case. And I was supposed to nap, and I was just going to let the stream run, and then I haven't got to nap yet, and then she fell asleep, and then hold on 1 second. Well, I'm not riding with him. Her dad's attorney's coming from West Palm. No, I can't ride with. I'm not riding with John Walsh's attorney. I'll never be seen again. Okay, so guys, if you can spread the word on your community pages, whatever, I'm fixing to go to bed shortly. I'm going to finish playing this for those of you that haven't seen it. Just this one stream. I've been running this playlist for a few hours because people keep asking me for this story. I cannot sit here and tell people this lady's story. Okay? Only she can. It's come out the horse's mouth. This playlist here is a little private one. There's a one with like 50, 60, 70 videos on it. And a few of them are mine, but a lot of them are interviews that she's done. Plus there's interviews on Rumble she's done. It's everywhere. Plus I've also, for many months, just hold on, Mommy and Minnie. There's people out there that can help. You guys just traveled from what state to get there? If this is meant to be, it's going to be. I believe this is ordained by God. And if it's ordained by God, then I believe I'll get the $100. I know that sounds crazy, and I hate to ever put God and money together. But last time I needed a ride, it's not about the money. It's about I just need a fucking ride. And I think that these guys would come get me tonight, but I'm not ready to go tonight. I'm not prepared to tonight. I'm not even prepared. I didn't even get my nap yet. So I've got to make sure I sleep. I had thought about staying up all night, but since I didn't get a nap, I'm not going to be able to stay up all night. So therefore, I need to just go to sleep. I'm going to put it on my community page that I need the money. And I really believe that by the time I wake up to get up, that my money will be there. That the money, not my money, the money to get me there. It's not for me. It's just for Uber. If it's not there, then then something's going to come up. I just have faith. I have faith, my family. I have faith. So I'm going to let this finish playing because I'm very exhausted. And I'm tired, and I'm letting my mind. PDF did have some points, though, Mommy and Minnie. He did. But also, at the same time, he couldn't quite understand all the things he wanted me to do. I've been doing, but I've also been begging others to help me do. I'm just one person, and I know nobody asked me to do this, just like nobody asked us to get out there and hold our cameras up. Nobody asked any of us to do this, okay? It's just what we do. It's what I'm led to do. It's what we're led to do, or it's either the situations that we've all winded up in. And if it's going to happen, it's going to happen. And if for some reason I can't get a ride, then maybe that's the good Lord telling me I shouldn't go tomorrow. I don't know. So I'm going to let this play, but don't you guys worry, okay? Spread it, but you can put it. If you're going to be up anyway, Mommy and Minnie, please do a live for me because I'm going to go to bed so I can go tomorrow. Yes, I do. That's exactly what I want to do. I'm tired. So since you told me you're probably going to be too excited to go to bed, please go live. And if Megan's too wind up to go to bed, please get with Terry and Margene and you all get on the live together. I'm telling you, those people are an important part of this puzzle too. And then I reached out to them today and told them that we were going to go live with them, and we never done it. So now I look like a liar in front of them, and that's embarrassing to me. So I don't want to keep talking because I'm stressed out. And like I was trying to explain to PDF today, but he wouldn't let me finish the one statement. God bless his soul. I know how he is. He's trying to help us. Is the one thing on his panel or on my own panel sometimes, and that's the one reason I wanted the backup channel. Sometimes I just need to be me. And it's not always going to be all neat and professional and all that shit. So sometimes so on his panel today, yeah, I'm letting all my stress hang out. Right now it's hanging out. I'm probably freaking Megan out. I know the day I was around her, the first day I met her, I felt like I was making her nervous as shit. But I can see that, so I distanced myself from her that day not because I don't love her, but because she had business to take care of, and I knew I was going to stress her out because I know what stresses me out, and I am high strung sometimes, okay? I have something called anxiety, and it is and then what makes anxiety worse is sticking all this heavy stuff on top of myself. But I opened myself to this. Like Megan said when she was young, she asked the good Lord for her purpose. Well, I didn't actually ask for a purpose. But when I ran into this, not Megan's case specifically, but Megan's case too. Yes, when I ran into Megan's case, I just had to get involved. I just couldn't help it because I knew it just felt like something that needed to be done, and it was wrong. And it feels like we can break this for everybody. This might be the one time that we can actually make some real change. Because if this, now, if allegedly, we don't know yet, but if this sinner is corrupt, my God, and I know all this stuff, and there's nothing that can shock me. I've been researching for years all this dark shit. So another reason it was so easy for me to believe Megan's case, because I know shit like this happens. Yeah, I'd love to go do an audit one day, but right now I can't even audit right here. I can't even go take care of Riviera Beach right now. I'm busy, and I still got my court case coming up on it. It was supposed to be the 1st, but they rescheduled it, and it's been almost a year. August 21st to be a year. But for my mental health, and for my prosperity, and I am going to put this on, let this one thing finish. I'm going to cut it off, and then Mommy and Minnie is going to panel until she gets tired, and try to get Megan on there with you too, and try to get Margene and Terry on there too. There's some good people. I'm telling you, I can feel it. And that lady we were talking to today, Megan, I think there were some good people too. Okay. All right. So let me do the rest of this. I love you guys. Y'all pray. Don't just pray for me getting a ride, because whatever's going to happen, I don't have to be there. Just like the good Lord doesn't have to be here physically. I don't have to physically be there. I can't do shit for her except for love and support her and take a video. What's that going to do? But what the good Lord can do, he's going to do with me or without me there. And pray, my dear people, pray. That's all I ask you to do. And if you got some money, I need about $120. Okay? Thank you. I love y'all. My name is American Amy. I'm saying I'm signing out, but I'm not yet. I'm just putting the video back on. Okay? So we're going to go back here and we're going to unpause. We're going to finish this.
The drama of it and everything. I mean, it's like Bureau, where I am, is like a cult following for Flowers and my father. And Mike Dilks has been very aggressive, you know, on the videos we even saw, and even on Acura Amanda, who I want to, you know, say thank you so much to her for doing that amazing video and supporting all of us here.
Yeah, she edited it together, a lot of the clips, and I appreciate that, because I uploaded them all up there raw and unedited. It was able to put them together and to cut a lot of that dead spot out, and it gives a quick story, and it reached a lot more people. So I appreciate Amanda for putting that together. And also everybody that shared or put, you know, that's helped in any kind of way. Something else I wanted to say about the sheriffs, but I forgot. I lose my train of thought real bad too.
We have a lot on our minds, ladies.
Yeah.
We got a lot we're doing here.
Definitely. And and like you said, I would like you to go back to the day when he pulled you over when he was unmarked, if you don't mind going into that a little bit. When he was in his gym clothes.
I got an echo. Sorry. What were you saying, Amy?
Are we better?
You're mute.
We're better now?
Oh.
Is that better?
I've got an echo on everybody now.
Really?
Hang on.
Okay. I don't know why. You still got an echo?
Okay. It's echoing for me.
Okay. What about now? Is that better?
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Hold on, we'll cut it down some. Okay, well, even if I'm mute.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you. When I'm mute, when I'm mute, does the echo stop for you?
I just did the mute, but then it still echoes.
Huh. I don't know why.
Technology.
Yeah, always. It always gets me. Well, I wanted to talk about the day that this Dilks pulled you over.
The day that what? Sorry.
That Dilks pulled you over?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, again, he had been in the church and all of that. He pulled us over on April Fool's Day with unmarked police cars and street clothes, and said that it was a traffic stop. out by our farm, which is obviously not in town where people can see, you know, it's out of the way. And my children were there again. They had me get out of the car. They do all of this. We filmed that on live too. And it was all to serve me a summons for family court, which again was a huge concern for people knowing my dad's affiliation and stuff like that. With, you know, how much was that price tag to have a private serving? Now I'm being, you know,
There's no
a
telling
wise
though.
guy, but still,
That's the people's money.
yeah,
that they're using.
I mean, it's insane at this point. They brought out
For
to get back
evil.
to the removal of Esther again, they had known. They sent people in the neighborhood. The judge yelled at me in front of 30 plus national court watchers and advocates. This judge yelled on a Zoom at me when I invoked my HIPAA rights on a public hearing when I was asked whether I was pregnant or not. And I told them that I had no problem letting know whether I was pregnant, but in a public forum on a Zoom hearing, that I was not going to disclose that information for the safety of myself and my children. And he started yelling, saying, "Oh, you will tell me whether you're pregnant or not," and threatened, you know, to hold me in contempt or to jail me if I did not tell him if I was pregnant or not over my baby. And then he made every court hearing from then on, not on Zoom, but had to be in person. So basically they could watch my belly and know when I was having a baby. And then to go from there, you know that you've known for months that I was pregnant now. Why didn't we talk about this? Why didn't you come to me and say, look, this is by law, this is procedure, this is what's going to happen when you have this baby, this is what we expect you to do, this is what you need to do. And I'm just throwing out horrible examples, but the point here is that none of that was necessary. None of that was necessary. That's trauma, that's resources, that's, charging, felonies on the two people supporting me.
Yes. They did charge the two
This
people
is
that were there.
clear corruption. This is clear for money. This is, I'm sick of being the bad guy to have to say that. I'm sick of having to point out the obvious and be the bad guy, to point this out. I've supported law enforcement my entire life. I support anyone that's truly working to protect children, and to do what's right as a public servant. I support all of that. But when it's not, I will never be okay with corruption. I will never be okay with women and children being terrorized like this we saw, like we're talking about Dilks, to see that scene outside of the home and to see that that's how law enforcement and and DCF choose to handle things. Everyone should be highly disturbed and also
it was unnecessary.
very afraid.
It was so unnecessary too. They could have, like you said, they knew you were pregnant. You already had a case open, unfortunately, with the other 3 children. They should have been told you if they were going to do something like this. And then that morning they had court and you was not told about, but your lawyer was there, but you wasn't, correct?
Yeah, and she recused herself after that video went out, did she? Because she knew she did wrong. She could have called me from that hearing. She could have, people say, oh, listen on the video, she knew there was a hearing. No, I didn't hear from my lawyer. I have been so played with in this whole entire thing that until you hear that there's a hearing or something, you don't take the bait, we all know that. And she could have called me and notified me when that hearing started. She could have said, Your Honor, excuse me, I need to call my client. For some reason, she's not here. Maybe it was a miscommunication. I've sat in that courtroom for a year and mostly representing myself pro se, and I want people to know that that is something that should be supported, and you should not be intimidated when you choose that route, because unfortunately at this point we're all having to choose that, and you're going to have to if you're in these situations and you really want to be able to fight for your side and to get the truth out.
Oh yeah, because the attorney they give you is not going to help
protect us. She called me the Friday before I had my baby and said, oh, I'm calling you to let you know they're probably going to take the baby when you have it. And I'm saying that just because that's what I've seen in other cases. That's all that was said to me.
And it seems like she would, advise you, how to. First of all, oh man, I don't even know. It's just
Well, and
ridiculous. They have
it's not
plenty of
about like
time.
putting it on everybody else. These are just the logistics, and there are a lot of people involved in this, and a lot of people that are involved in this, they're taking the responsibility of being in charge of it, or taking these children, or collecting the money, or being the lawyer, or being the judge. They need to be held responsible. I'm going to call it out. If you want to see it as me putting blame on everybody else or whatnot, no. I know we all know the truth. We all know the evidence. When my children are kidnapped and claims are made against me that are absolutely not true. I mean, yes, you all, I'm a criminal, drug abuser, psychotic. They just let's pick every single thing we could come up with.
Yeah, and like you said, all this is uncensured.
No
I can't
prior record, no history of
no
anything.
criminal
Been a mom
record.
for 9 years.
No criminal record, right? Okay, and the baby. I mean, I don't know. Are they trying to make new accusations, or are they just taking her on the strength of the other one, or you just don't know?
No. Oh, my dad did have me falsely arrested. We forgot about that one the day
Oh.
before the kid's trial. My dad had me falsely arrested, and the sheriff signed the bond and everything.
Oh.
But yes, to go back to the baby, this should also be another thing. I mean, this is crazy that people aren't seeing right through this. I don't think we could hand it to them anymore. When my father is taking 3 of my children for adoption and everything, and then knowing, again, they all knew I was pregnant, but they take my children and rush off to the Finger Lakes, New York, saying that it's a family tradition. Again, they've also been told many times that they need help, and that these children are not theirs. They are your daughter's children, John and Reve Walsh. You need help. You cannot dictate how to raise these children based on your own opinions and your own wants and needs. But yes, they knew that I was pregnant. They knew I was having a baby. They then say we have to hurry up and go on our family vacation to the Finger Lakes, and it's a tradition. And the children being able to only be on Zoom now to see their mother for an hour twice a week. I mean, they have dwindled down. That's what they do, you all. They encourage you. They say do the case plan. They say, oh, you're getting there, as they dwindle things down and make up false reports, or they say you're not complying. Everyone wants to say, I've done everything on my case plan except the things that they have added as you go to keep saying that you're not in compliance. People, please wake up.
Right.
There
It's like
are
the home
hundreds
study.
of thousands of these cases and evidence of this across our country. Stop shaming grieving parents that are in terror, trying to tell you all what is actually going on. And don't talk about child trafficking. Don't talk about trafficking. How can you even, if we're at a point in society where people hear about this and they want to go, oh, that's ridiculous. Oh, there must be a reason. Oh, child trafficking, and politicize it or chalk it off in whatever way, we are at a very scary place.
Definitely.
Very
Definitely. When a child can be removed, no evidence on hearsay only, and this.
It's a racket. And if people
any
can't
other
understand
time,
what this racket is at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious. I mean, I don't know what else we can tell people. We do believe your next court date is, you think the 27th of July? Do you know what time?
Yeah, I have to confirm. It's either the 27th and 28th or 28th and 29th. I can't remember right now. I've been running around, and I literally have, just kept fighting for all of us. My children, knowing, you all know, and we all feel the same way here, but when you know the realities and when you understand these perspectives and what is actually going on, you cannot sleep at night. It's not to say we're not all getting sleep, but that's for the point there. No one should be able to sleep at night while this is still going on across our country.
No, not when children are being taken, and then so many children are disappearing. We have so many problems either way you look at it, and a lot of it is even be because a lot of it is set up. It is a conspiracy, and
Title IV, if you don't know about Title IV, to anyone watching, please look into what Title IV really is. I mean, we'll do another show about breaking down, and that's where I'm going to start moving into. Enough of John Walsh, enough of that. I thank you ladies tonight for giving me the space to kind of talk about what I did before. And, I mean, I had a whole life before this, but again, I was always speaking out. When my children weren't even taken, I was fighting for our families and for our children, and I will never stop until they're stopped.
Right.
And I know that many people feel that way, and I know more are starting to. And by us getting, coming on like this, and us really using our voices for truth, and justice, we stand firm in grace and truth for justice. There are better ways, and that is something that I will say forevermore. And we're getting bigger. We're really showing that we can, and through grace, this is not a fight. We should all be on the same side for this.
We just want the truth out there. That's all. That's all anybody's asked for is the truth.
Yeah.
And if there's nothing to hide, nobody should be scared of the truth. This lady.
No, and that people should not be getting paid over our children with our own money. So if you all can't realize, the people watching and the masses, if you can't realize that you're going to work every day to pay salaries for people to then take your children and make money off of it. And if that doesn't infuriate you, that's only the surface of what's
it would be
what's
so much cheaper.
on.
It would be so much cheaper to help families that really are struggling. It would
put the money back in
expensive.
the family.
Yes,
yes,
and, it'd be way
and
less
even
expensive.
the National Center with Missing Exploited Children, put our money towards local task forces,
Not just
put
the
our money
database.
towards local hotlines and groups that will go out and look for children within 48 hours of them going missing, not wait for logistics and bureaucracy and be told to a database that takes credit and control over every one of our children in this country. Your children's own school pictures are being uploaded to data.
Yes, they are.
Through National Center for Missing Exploited Children, and it's being used. So, and it's all protected against you. So, using your money to do it. So, let's keep going here and keep
making you think that it's something to save your child in case they ever get lost. I was watching a friend of mine's. She knew a child, a friend of a friend that was murdered, and it just freaked me out when I went to catch up on the case. I noticed she was standing there with one of those ID things that the center gave away. Her dad killed her, I believe. I don't think it had nothing to do with that, but still, it just gave me chills seeing her holding that.
Yeah. Well, and I think that leaves. I do have to get going for our Red, White, and Boom tonight, and I'll be sending out links to you all so that we can start getting all together on there. I would love to have you ladies on, of course. But yeah, I mean, that's another thing to bring it full circle. My own father and many experts will say how when something happens to a child, it's most likely a family member, somebody related or close to the family. And my father even says so himself. But then, of course, when it's his own situation, that's null and void at that point. So.
Okay, well, I want to thank everybody for being here, and when we do find out her court date, I'll let you guys know in case anybody's in the area and they want to show up and be supportive. And I want to thank you for coming on, and we'll definitely get together and do this again. And of course, I'm going to be helping you. I've been helping you. I'm going to help you any way I can. There's a lot of people out there that care and are willing to help, and we appreciate all those people. I appreciate you coming on, Lady Justice. I appreciate your help as always. All right, so we're out of here, guys.
Amy, Lady Justice, thank you both. I love you both so much. And, you guys have been doing this, right along with us and before many of us. So I can't thank you enough for everything that you do. And I do want to say that your viewers are amazing people. I know that it's growing and I know it will continue to grow. But I do want to say that this is a time for us to come together and use our voices as the people. There are more good
United
people
we stand, right?
United we will stand.
Yes, united we stand. We get
Okay, united we will stand. What? There's no better way to leave it, huh? Shit. Okay. I don't know if y'all can hear me or not. My button's kind of stuck. I think y'all can hear me. All right. So, united we will stand. I'm going to sleep. Mommy and Minnie, perhaps her and Megan might go live together. Yes, we're family. We are family. We are purple people family. Okay? I'm not concerned at all We all we all have to take our turns. Just like I've got to accept that I can only handle so many things at one time. We've all got to do what we can do. And just like financially, right now, Mommy and Minnie, I don't want her sending me the money. They barely had gas to get here, okay? I don't even know what state they live in. Unfortunately, I'm embarrassed. I've known them for years. But I have faith, and we'll see. And if I don't get the money, then perhaps it's not meant for me to be, okay? For me to go there. Perhaps there's some reason why, okay? But I'm not going to worry. I'm going to sleep. So good night. I love you guys. Check out and see if Mommy and me and them go live. They're going to stay up anyway. They're excited. They've been on the road. So whether they collect money from me or not, go watch their live, okay? I appreciate you guys. I'm American Amy, and I'm out. Bye. You guys, bye.